There we go. Alright, now mic should be good. Yeah, awesome sauce. Let's set up some music. Alright, awesome sauce. Random EU friendly stream. Yeah, I'm gonna be probably experimenting with different stream times. I've been wondering like sort of what I'd be able to kind of do for a while. But what up, TV Demon and Nordkey? I'm gonna be trying to experiment a little bit with different times since I was not too happy with like my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule was like very adjusted to like how like I think like someone like a normal like American sleep schedule should be. But I was finding myself rather unhappy and unproductive because a lot of things that I needed to do were like sort of day-to-day chores were very difficult with a bunch of things going on around me. So I'm gonna be trying to lean into a bit more of like an earlier wake-ups kind of schedule. So we're gonna see how it goes for a bit. Early stream on the day of Doctor's Appointment is Evil. I'll probably be streaming later as well. And I think that a lot of the ranked lessons that we'll do today are gonna be going up to YouTube. But I'm thinking, okay, so I still need to do On-Run, I need to do Reaper, I need to do Ash, Sierra, Bastion, Emre, Torb, Junkrat, Detta, May, Widow. How's my aim feeling today? I'm thinking of Widow. Widow could be fun if my aim is kind of nice. I need Weaver, Mercy, Laurie, Cat, Moira. And I need to do Domina, Doomfist, Roadhog, Zarya, Mauga. Okay, we got some good ones. What up, Super Pizza? Rotten Homunculus, hi. Is this an early stream or a late one? I'll leave that up to like... Yeah, I think I'll leave that to the viewer point of view. It's subjective. For me, I took I was like talking a lot with like my my like medical people and whatnot, and it's like really clear that I've just always been like the happiest and most productive when I just sort of like start sleeping in like short bursts. So I slept like a good like, I took like 2-3 hour sleeps in the past like 24-hour period. I'm feeling really good. So it's like kind of early, kind of late. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm ready to play some Overwatch. That's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna be doing well with the YouTube chat. Yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. Hope y'all are gonna have a good day today. I don't know if I'll start with like a Vendetta ranked lessons. I think that'd be good. Let me warm up my aim while we do so. See how my Widowmaker's feeling today, because I'd love to talk about some aim or movement theory for a bit. Good morning, good morning.
3, 2, 1, fight. I aim to devastate.
I might need a few Kovacs hours if I'm doing lessons on Widow. Yeah, I don't have the patience to be lining up shots properly, it seems. That's okay. I love Widowmaker. Whenever I get the chance to just like super grind Widow, it's like the most fun. That's one of the next like theory-based videos I'm gonna do. I spent a good bit of time like sort of setting up so I can get out Face-It videos consistently. Probably next Face-It video that's gonna come out is gonna be our match that we had against... Well, I could either do the match that we just had against the Kitchen, or I could do the match that we had against Carter Garden. Oh, what are your honest thoughts on Mauga? Oh no. You personally like him, also consider him more ethical than Roadhog and Reinhardt. I'm guilty of playing him sometimes, but I hate him. Okay, Mauga could be really, really, really cool as a hero and as a character. But there's one thing that I really despise about Mauga, and that is Pin. I think Cardiac Overdrive being on a 5-second cooldown, having as many positive interactions as it does, is what makes the hero just completely unfun to play against or around. I'm okay with a really strong or like heavy-handed numbers-based hero, but having what's basically almost a one-shot on a 5-second cooldown, and kind of it's like almost an invincibility button as well, and it's just really great mobility. Pin is just a bit too strong. If Overrun got a rework to fall in line with a little bit more power of like other mobility options in the game, fucking it's crazy when I'm trying to compare it, or I wish it was on the same level as Diva Boosters, which is on a 4-second cooldown. That's crazy. Yeah, 7 to 8-second cooldown on Pin would be great. I wish that there'd be a few things that'd be able to stop it as well. Or change it so that it's... I guess you can't really change the actual pin radius to make it smaller, because that would just make the hero completely unfun. Like, the shockwave is just so massive, to the point where you can't consistently block it with shields. Is a pretty big issue that I have with it. So I think 50% damage reduction, that's above the universal cap, no? Like, every tank, or a lot of the tanks that lean into damage reduction will go above the universal cap naturally, but that's just kind of crazy. So if you're pinning and you're nanoed, it doesn't even matter. It's still just, you're going to take as much damage if you're pinning than if you were pinning and nanoed. What's Reinhardt's pin CD? 10. Oh, 7. Yeah, if it was like around 7 seconds or 8 seconds for Mauga, that would be great. I think ideally 3 or like 8 seconds would be great. Yeah, like Reinhardt pin not well. Early, you could tell I just woke up. Yeah, I've been up for 2-ish, 3-ish hours now. Hollywood Vendetta gameplay. Okay, what are most important parts of Vendetta? Brawl phase. You want to be having presence by controlling the map through your poke phases, and then you want to be looking to get active in the late fights consistently. Okay. Pop E during slam. Congrats on your win, Drunk Team Cups are the best. Thank you, thank you. Love is sad that I wasn't able to like take a shot on stream, but that's okay. I'm just glad that we're able to win, as well as I am gonna make my next video that I want to put up is probably gonna be about like Parish Trap, like what we actually like do, and and how we've come to the decisions and like sort of team values type B.
I am the Empire.
Because I want to make sure that it's like properly understood before I make more Face It videos. Since it is a genuine approach, it's a genuine strategy that I believe that will win us games. I believe that our team believes. We have different like viewpoints on what we're actually about, but like we have a very core central like idea that we all want to play around, which is doing things our way, shutting out noise from outside. All right, but I'm gonna lock in here. Alright, and locking into our first game, we're going to be on Hollywood. The bands are Roadhog, Mercy, Ramatra, and Cassidy. I think that seeing their team on the Junkrat as Vendetta, a lot of my value is going to be coming a lot in the late fight. Since I don't really have like a real gun to shoot in the poke phase of a fight, it's going to be harder for me to be doing a lot. So I'm going to be looking for some quick jabs to be poking out the enemy team as much as I can while controlling space and being ready to sort of like pounce on any opportunities that I get. So with their Ana looking at me, I'm going to throw my sword up into the air because that's going to actually start my cooldown. Because throwing your sword up into the air to start your cooldown will allow you to be using it more as time goes on, and you can be looking for your slashes a bit more. So I'm not actually going to be committing on too many hits here, but I want to be constantly ready to commit if I see a good opening. So that's why I'm just kind of like poking around. That was a weird move. With my Doomfist stepping forward, I'm going to see if I can try to get above this top middle area. I don't really want to be stepping on that Junkrat, but I can't step on this Genji. And that's actually going to be something that I want to be stepping on, getting onto this Ana. Unfortunately, I'm not able to get the kill, but with Nano and Tyra used from the enemy team, that's going to be putting us at a pretty good advantage. With Vendetta, it's going to be really easy to get a lot of deaths or to get very little damage, depending on how you want to be going about your fights. With them having so much CC and damage, I feel like it's very hard for me to get kills early, so I'm just kind of lying in wait until I see my opportunities. With my Doomfist taking a bunch of attention though, I will try to take out this Junkrat. But unfortunately in that closed space, like you saw, or like I was saying earlier, it's going to be a little bit hard to secure that kill. Illari ult used, but rush used from the enemy team. We're still going to be at a pretty big ult advantage this fight, so I'm going to see if I'm able to potentially get onto or force out their Orisa, especially with Zarya. I can be taking a few more aggressive frontline steps and clearing the space kind of one by one because there's a chance that I'll get this bubble. With Kitsune Rush being used, I'm going to be trying to do my best to live. Get the kill onto the Kiriko, but I am going to be falling pretty low here. Don't think that there's going to be too many instances where I'll be able to spin around a lot, so I'm picking the projected edge to have a bit stronger of a poke phase. Orisa's looking for me. So I'm just going to be trying to do my best to live. Unfortunately, with the Nano Orisa, we are not going to be matching with any of our own ultimates, and I will be going down there. But that's okay, especially since we have our Sunray Blade online. I can probably be looking to force the fight on the objective here. I can look to throw my sword in, take some aggro, and then follow up on any sort of big CDs that are used. With my own ultimate. With this Junkrat in the top left area, I'm going to be looking for my little jab here. Knowing this Junkrat's behind, I could be looking to clear him or I could look to ignore him. Probably going to be ignoring him here. Getting onto this Kiriko. Unfortunately with their Orisa sort of staring at us, Our Zarya is not going to be walking forward to get the touch, and we will be getting full held on this first map here. It can be pretty difficult, especially on these sort of longer divier based maps, to actually get in and get active. Unfortunately, I just wasn't seeing too many options there to be actually opening up any space or going for any committed hits, but that is super okay. Our team is not too happy, but I don't think that is too much of an issue since I believe in the process that I was doing. Vendetta is actually one of the heroes that I feel most confident in being able to get onto or up to champ recently on account with her. I think that it's rather difficult. Sometimes it can be a rather feast or famine hero, especially if you're opening up space for a team. It can be a little bit difficult sometimes to have constant uptime when you are pulling a lot of aggression. So making sure that you're recognizing when you're able to keep high win rates, no matter how an individual game goes, keeping your head up and making sure that you're able to still see or remember that you are winning the majority of your games is going to be a really, really important thing on the sort of feast or famine hero like Vendetta. Similar to Wrecking Ball for any Wrecking Ball players, where you're going to be able to open up a lot of space, you're going to be able to do a lot, but once you start to take a little bit too much aggro, it's going to be hard to take a lot of games into your own hands. With my Doomfist going down, it's going to be it's going to be kind of hard for us to get a trade there, unfortunately. So that will probably be the end of this first game. An unfortunate start, but these things will happen. As long as we keep our head up and go into our next game with a positive attitude, we should be super fine in the long run. People are so rude. Yeah, I mean, it happens. People always, like, it's human nature in ranked to blame anyone sort of but yourself. And when there's not an understanding of what's actually happening on the field, or if there's just any sort of, like, if there's value that people expect you to play for, but you just kind of can't, there's no use kind of putting any sort of value into the words that they say. Since I treat ranked like it's a single player game, right? Every ranked game is just kind of like a roguelike. It's why I don't join VC. It's why I don't really like pay too much mind to things, because my enjoyment from ranked comes from testing my process against a wide variety of different sort of like environments. There was a clip from the streamer, an old Overwatch streamer Luca, where someone in his chat was like trying to like said some like rage bait comment or something, or said some rage bait, and he's like, you know what, I'm not even gonna get mad. Like, right, they said his like roommate was playing some game behind him, and the chat said like, is that Peggle? And he's like, you know, I'm not even gonna get mad. I'm not even gonna time you out. I'm not gonna ban you because you're just ignorant. You know that? Hey, would you get mad at a baby for like knocking over a glass of water? No, you wouldn't do that. The baby doesn't. They don't know. They don't know. They're ignorant. They don't know what you're about. They don't know what you want to be trying to do. They don't know anything about you. So why would I get mad at my ranked teammates for just not knowing? It just feels like unproductive for everybody. I'm not going to ruin someone's day because they think that I should be doing something that I don't think I should be doing. The hog clip? No, no. Though Luca has a lot of classic clips. I'm not gonna lie, most of my interactions with Luca I didn't really enjoy too much, but they're really funny. They're really funny to watch. I didn't enjoy talking with them too much. What are you doing? You still haven't went to bed? It's time for ranked lessons. Rise and grind. Considering you don't care about chat, you should just turn it off. It's unpleasant to see. Yeah, I wanted to, in these ranked lesson series, I want to sort of just like show people how I believe a good approach to ranked could be, because it is really, a lot of people will struggle to turn off match chat, to turn off like text chats. And I like to talk sometimes about how to go about that and sort of help people with the mental side of Overwatch as well, because it's a really, really, really important part of improving. If you don't believe that you can do something, you're never going to be able to do it. And it's really easy to stop believing in yourself from the words of others. But locking into this game here, we are on Runasapu, the bands of Mauga, Sigma, Reaper, and Freya. I'm happy to see that Freya ban struggle sometimes into those sort of flying base heroes. I'm going to look for a quick jab here, and then look to control this off angle where the soldier is lurking. As soon as I get low, I'm just going to be backing up here. I hear their soldier walking up again, and I find my way onto the Mercy once more. We do find that kill. And now I'm going to be looking to step a bit more here. Just trying to clean up any kills that I can. Making sure that I don't go too deep, as it's really difficult to make sure that we stay alive later. Main thing about Vendetta, any sort of high mobility based hero that's going to have a lot of really strong like sort of hit pressure. A lot of the hero is going to be about sort of like commitment management, making sure that you're taking the right fights, because you can take so many different fights on a map, and the fights that you take are going to be pretty strong. It's going to be pretty important to make sure that you're actively putting thought into the right one. So there you saw I was just pressuring this right side area. I want to see if I could force any resources, and we were able to get their Orisa goal down. That's going to make them quite weak and vulnerable on the main area. But as our Matra goes down, I'm going to be looking for a flank here. A little bit too far away for my liking, so I'm just going to get out here. No, never mind, you can't do that. The escape idea that I had. I think I'll probably die here. Yeah, that's okay. With our Matra going down, I wanted to look for a quick flank onto their backline to see if I can find a trade to even up the fight. But with no way out, or no way really in or out, we're just going to go down there. Very okay. But I think that with our ult coming up, we should be in a pretty decent spot. Maybe I could have gone for a super fast crash out play, but I figured that I could probably live. We find our way onto the orb here. And the Mercy was 1 HP. I was just a little bit too nervous about the Ana, so I blocked for a little bit too long. A micro fail from me there, and I could have been able to find both of those kills, but I think the core idea of pressuring the jump pad or taking a fight on the jump pad was going to be really, really fruitful if I was just able to find that one slash on the Mercy. I'll make sure that I'm a little bit more aggressive, since now it's been a few times in these games where I could have probably been a bit more aggressive in the fights that I'm taking. So I'm gonna see if I can lean into my damage a bit more on my hits. See, they're farging in. They're on to use a sleep dart, but with their Orisa peeling, I want to make sure that I stay alive. Mercy is 1-1-1. We're able to get them even lower, and then our Baptiste follows up to get that kill. I'm going to see if I can path behind here to get onto their back line. And we are successful in taking out their Ana. I don't really want to be fighting that Pharah right now, especially since their Pharah is just going to be able to kite away from us super easily. Once I get into the skybox, not going to be too much I can really do. So I'm just going to look for my quick little jabs at her. And then we're going to be backing up here. Scared of this Orisa Spear, so I'm going into the air. But with my Sundering Blade ready, my Baptiste goes down, so I'm going to see maybe if I can pop it here. We do find the kill onto the Pharah. I'm gonna see if I can potentially get onto this Mercy. With 2 down slashes, we were going to get her very, very low, but not quite enough to actually find that kill. Very okay, we were able to take down the Pharah with our Sunring Blade. For the most part, I'm just, in this matchup, I want to make sure that I'm just careful of any of the big CC on the enemy team to really take me down. Since if I get hit by a Sleep Dart or a Spear, my chances of survival kind of shoot way down. With my spin about to come back online, I'm going to look for a quick hit over the ledge here, and we find our way onto the Torb. And we are able to take down the Ana as well. I think a lot of Vendetta is just kind of finding creative and unique ways onto the targets that you want to be hitting and making sure that you're able to get onto them and taking the fight safely. So, like again, I'm going to be staging up here to control the space, making it difficult for them to set up a poke angle. If their Pharah wants to be shooting through that doorway, they're going to have to clear me first. They are going to do that quite easily, it seems. Probably a bit of an overextension. Once my armor gets chunked on their first rocket there, it would have been better for me to back up, since I don't have much sustain on any of their future steps, as well as I knew that they would have had their Mercy to help them with that fight. A little bit of an overcommitment from me, but as long as I keep recognizing them and changing the mistakes, we'll be okay in the long run. Oh, wait, W-tip bloom. I see my team chilling main. I could look to open here. So I think that with their Mercy going down, that's going to be my trigger to start walking here. With their Torb on main, we can definitely look to clean these up. Mercy is going to be the last one to touch. And we will be successful in winning the second game of ours. A lot through controlling space, just trying to get onto the backline in the mid fights after a lot of CDs were forced, and then pressuring, going for our little jabs to try to open up hit opportunities for us in the free fights. But that'll be more than enough for us to win this game. Hopefully next game I'm going to be able to sort of take the entire game into my own hands. But I think I need to make sure that I play a little bit more aggressive to do so. So let's see how that next game goes. Bang. Of course it's Vendetta. I'm going through all of the ranked lessons that I haven't been able to play yet. I know you, bro, I know you're the Detta GOAT. I know you're the Detta GOAT. If you don't do well on Detta, you'll disappoint you. Oh, I'm sorry. But I didn't know about the downswing being better cancels melee. That was super cool to see. Thank you for that tip. Do you think Winston experience would translate to... Yes, absolutely. They are very, very, very similar heroes from my experience. I was able to get one of my DPS accounts up to champ on Detta really quickly just because it's Winston. It's just Winston. The micro is very different, but fundamentally the heroes are very similar. From my experience, at least. So I'm wondering if you might have some success with her. Yeah, the ability to identify good engage timings and like what your good fights are is really, really like the core aspects I think of being good at both the heroes is good pathing to allow for good hits and your timings of your hits. And both of those are everything that these heroes just love. Really safe Winston, yeah. I mean, a lot of the time on Winston, I'm just kind of... I'll see what I don't like on the map on Winston. Like, I'll see a Roadhog on the map that I don't want to deal with, and I'll go somewhere else. Yeah, as soon as you're 200 HP, you leave, yeah. With Detta, I think that it's literally my biggest... I probably could queue a bit before. That's okay. Like, with Detta, anytime that I'm trying to like one trick a hero, I just need to like remember like what are the good fights for me. And as soon as I can remember what the good fights for me are, I can just start stomping. Got flamed by PG yesterday because you were playing Deta. They don't understand. Bro, Deta I feel like is like low-key the meta definer at the moment. I think Deta's in such a strong spot. Low-key would have won that game if you say Deta. Yeah, bro. You can't let the words get to you. You gotta stand on it. Because imagine, bro. Bloom, a year from now, when we're facing PG in bracket, you gotta bring that game back up. What are your tips you would give to a dive tank main in gold and can't really get out? Ask yourself, every time you die as a dive tank, ask yourself, do you like that exchange you were playing for? Do you like the fight that you were going for? A lot of the time I see a lot of sort of like gold, plat, even diamond dive tank players like lean into, or a thing that gets them really caught up is like trying to do too much. Where they'll be trying to take like a 2v1 or a 3v1 in the enemy backline, or they'll be trying to face tank a hero or an enemy tank that just has way too strong of numbers. Your value as a dive tank comes from your mobility, and having more mobility on the map creates weak points that you need to exploit. If you can create weak points on the map by peeling attention and then collapsing again on whatever weak points you create on the map, that's your strength as a dive tank. So don't try to do too much. Don't try to commit to fights. Don't try to like brute force your way through a specific option. But locking into our third game here, we're going to be on Suravasa with the bands of Ana, Freya, Orisa, and Mizuki. I'm quite happy to see all of those. I'm worried about like a Cassidy potentially. It'd be another band that I'd like to see as Vendetta. But with our Hazard walking up here, I can maybe look for a quick jab. My Hazard going in is going to be good reason for me to step. Gonna see if I can wait for them to walk onto the point. As I see them walking onto the point, I'm gonna be able to get the kill onto that Sojourn. I could have cleaned that up way faster by hitting my spin earlier. But with their Hazard going in, I'm gonna be trying to live for a while. Now getting onto their backline potentially. But unfortunately, I will be going down. I think I did buy a lot of time for our Hazard to get back into the fight. Maybe I could have played life for a while longer instead of going for a crash out trade. But since we were down a few members, I figured that it might be pretty strong to go for an aggressive trade. Since my previous issues, I think so far in these games, since it's just been playing a bit too passively, I want to see if I can correct that in this queue session. Taking a look at what kind of aggression my Hazard is taking. We see their Sojourn use rail, and my Hazards start to go in. I'm going to see if I can take some attention here. Well, unfortunately, with my Hazard going down, and my team walking on that right side, we will be going down as well. We're both the frontliners for our team with our Hazard and our Deta taking the brunt of the damage. You want to be opening up space for our Symmetra and our Lari. Well, we see their Cassie on that left side. I'm going to see maybe if I can catch out somebody. Huge kill from our Hazard. The Soch slide, Hazard dash coming in. We're just kind of very out of sync across our entire team here. So to adjust for that, I'm going to be trying to play a little bit more for my cycles from an angle rather than going for harder engages. Despite their comp being pretty decent for harder engages, if we're taking the entire team's worth of pressure, it's going to be very, very, very difficult for us to actually find value through super committal plays. Could have lived there or not gotten stuck. With the Ray being used, that's going to be a fight that I don't really want to take. Don't have my block yet, unfortunately. Thought that their Hazard would step towards my Juno or my front line instead of chasing me down. But with our Hazard going down once more, we are going to be falling there. What can I be changing? I think faster. I could be playing faster with my micro. Committing with my spins a bit more on the hits that I'm able to get off, or the good fights that I have can be the change. Swap to Mauga. My tank goes down once more, but they did use Kitsune Rush, so maybe I'll be able to find someone with a Hazard going in. Maybe I can catch this guy out. We find the kill onto the Kiriko, and now we're able to get the Mega and start slashing at their Hazard. I want to make sure that I don't die early here. Their Sojourn does get out. I don't really want to be chasing that too much, since I'm going to prioritize making sure that we get the point. And with our Sundering Blade being able to open up the fight for us, despite our tank going down, we're going to be able to turn that around. I don't really want to be fighting out in that open space, but they're Cassie walking forward. I don't really want to be fighting over here either, with my team nowhere to be seen. So I'm going to be trying to see if I can catch out the Sojourn if they take an angle. Hazard's on main, Juno's on main, Sojourn I hear. We boop their Hazard into our Ray after we get a backslash onto their team. Unfortunately, not quite able to get the kill onto the Kiriko in time, and I will be traded out, but we find a lot of value in that mid fight, taking their tank into our team, pressuring the enemy a lot, and finding a lot of our kills in the mid fight. I think that making sure that we're actually getting active in these fights when we see the opportunities, and then getting out after things start to look bad is going to be the adjustment that's going to start actually carrying these games. Their Sojourn's looking at me, their Hazard's looking forward. I'm gonna try to capitalize on that Cassidy walking over there. With their Hazard inside our space, I'm not going to be trying to get onto their Sojourn, who's a little bit too far away. I'm just going to be peeling all of her attention so that she's not able to look at my backline. And then I'm going to be turning around as soon as I have my spin. That's one of the other valuable sources that Vendetta has as a highly mobile hero. You can just be taking a lot of attention on the map, especially with your block. If you're able to take some important damage from the enemy team and sustain while still being ready to find your value later, it's very, very, very valuable. With their Hazard on right side, Kitsune Rush being used. I'm going to be using my wall here, but unfortunately not able to hit the important down slash that I need to onto their Sojourn. The micro is going to be a little bit too rusty to find the win there. I think that the onslaught perk could be pretty good, and I could be utilizing my spins much more effectively as I have the longer spin duration. I think I'm just a little bit too scared to stay active in these fights. I'm playing a little bit too passive still. I need to continue adjusting for that to win these games. But as my Hazard is about to start taking aggro, their Hazard goes in, and I'm gonna miss my down slash once more and fall very quickly there. A lot of micro mistakes from me. They're just going to be losing these engages very, very quickly. But Overwatch is a micro-based game, execution-based game. If I was able to hit the down slash to pressure their Sojourn and buy myself enough time, especially with my new Siphon Major perk, definitely could have seen how I could win that fight. I'm finding the exit kill onto the Kiriko, but with us going back down into the spawn room, I am going to just kind of troll that point, unfortunately. I know what the issues are, and I think that I'm going to be able to fix them if I can make sure that I am focusing my attention on landing my down slashes, as well as pressuring the enemy team more in my engages and when I'm safe, recognizing when I'm safe, so I'm able to continue spinning in the mid fights. It's going to be pretty valuable for me. I could also probably look at their hazard a little bit more. But as their surgeon finds a rail, I'm going to be trying to back up a bit. They take some important damage. And I want to see if I can get a Sundering Blade main, maybe? I'm not quite able to find the kill on that, but if there's Sojourn on main, I can find our TP out and we will be living here. Hazard's close. I'm going to be backing up this right side. I'm going to see if I can develop an angle on this coast area. With our support ult coming up, I'm going to wait for my armor and then I can look for my engage. Hazard ult being used. Finding a kill onto their Sojourn. But with their Kiriko TP back, we will be going down. A lot of ults used from the enemy team, but we still have both of our support ults and our sim wall. So if I can get onto the enemy Kiriko early here as they TP back, potentially that would be pretty good for me. Bro, I'm just missing straight up. If I can hit. If I can hit my down slashes, I think I would be in a much better position to win these games. So, to fix this, I'm going to be playing a bit of Vaxta in Q here. Since I do think that a lot of the hits that I'm going for are pretty decent, I'm able to get onto targets pretty consistently, but I'm not just straight up not able to win the one. If you believe that any time that you're struggling in ranked comes from your execution, you believe that in the ideas that you're playing for, this is a really useful code that is able to help you with any sort of mechanics that you really want. It's called Vaxa. You can type it into the import games settings in the custom games, and basically it's just going to be a lot of bots moving around, similar to how people will be moving around in games, so that you can practice your micro or your execution of any ideas to just get more familiar in a stress-free environment. So that when the time actually comes where it really matters that you get active and hit your shots in game, you can make sure that you have the reps on your heroes and not mess it up. So I'm going to be doing this for a while as we prep for our next game, so I'll be able to hopefully show you guys how the micro improves over the course of this Q session. Bang. Tunnel as Diva or Winston gets you killed? Yeah. You love brute force AOL. As you tunnel, you learn to dial back the aggression, rather aggressively feed than aggressive and do nothing and be passive. True. I mean, there are going to be times in like people's rank sessions where they're just going to be doing too much, and then there are going to be times where people are doing too little. I think I started to get this Deta rank lessons doing a bit too little, but I do definitely need to be doing more, but I'm not able to find the value off of doing more that I really need to, because I'm just straight up missing on the hits that I get onto. It's not that I think I'm taking pretty decent fights, especially like the sort of 1v1s against the Sojourn, while their supports are ready to TP or care them afterwards. I think that it will, like the actual fights that I was taking or how I started the fights are very much in my favor. I'm just kind of trolling them, so I want to make sure that I'm not going to troll them in the future. And this sort of like adaptation improvement process is what I really believe in to develop somebody as a player and climb in ranked over time. If you're able to sort of keep a level head and not get upset at yourself as you play, and just try to fix the issues or continue coming up with any ideas that you have on why you could be losing or what you could be doing differently to win, If you can keep trying ideas, executing those ideas to the best of your ability, and then reflecting on how they went, that core process, I believe, is the source of improvement at Overwatch. Bro. Sound flashes are so hard. I remember having that difficulty when I was first starting to grind Data. You're on the targets for the fight you're taking on poor, you fight two people at once, so you're using both for your ability CDs for the same purpose, and then legitimately you can only one people and only live one. Unless still, if you go multiple people, it just sounds so you immediately shift out. No, I understand.
Select your hero.
I think a lot of the fights that I was starting to take with where my attention was being peeled on the map, or where attention was being taken on the map, I think ended up okay. I do think that a lot of the fights, if I was just hitting the fucking hit shot, would be ending up pretty okay. I think that on that third point, was it? Fighting on that high ground was a little bit too aggressive. I could have been stacked on my team and trying to force out the front line a little bit more, but with my team not having any sort of long range pressure, it was very, very difficult, and I wanted to see if I could keep their Sojourn sort of at bay. But once they were getting resources put into them with their supports, maybe I could have looked elsewhere. But for the most part, I think that denying that value while still looking for my own is probably going to be what I saw to be the most consistent way to win. But I wasn't able to have the micro to actually execute the idea properly. More jabs instead of actual hits. Yeah, I could have probably gone for more jabs. I just struggled to see the path to do so based off of how their team was staged and us not have any sort of long range pressure. On their tank potentially, but I just don't like letting the Sojourn Gary angle run free.
I am the Empire. Respect my command, and we'll have no quarrel.
But locking into this next game here, going to be on King's Row with the bands of Zarya, Sigma, Widowmaker, and Pharah. A lot of CC potentially on the board. You might have to play into Mizuki, Cassidy, Risa perhaps, Ana, Lifeweaver. I'm pretty happy to see a lot of these, so I'm going to be looking potentially for some quick hits. I want to see what their tank is like before I go for any big hit. They are on Wrecking Ball, so I'm just going to be trying to chill up here. Their ball wants to be peeling me, so I'm just going to be immediately backing down to peel some attention there. I see their Ana on that high ground. I take a little bit too much poke. I want to be seeing if I can find a way into decent staging. So I'm just going to be pathing under and potentially looking for a jab onto their Ana and stabilizing main. As my Echo forces some people back, I'm going to be looking for my hit. We got the pressure onto Lifeweaver. As our Hog is down, I'm going to be kind of acting as our tank on the point. Our Brig is taking some space. I'm going to see if I can potentially just hold down that high ground instead, but as they send both their Lifeweaver and their Genji up there, I think that I want to make sure that I can live for a while. If I find myself 1 HP, I'm going to be backing up towards the point once again. We see the Wrecking Ball chain, so I'm going to be taking that play. Anran is inside our space with the Wrecking Ball pretty low. I'm just going to be looking to swing my sword and clear the space as much as I can. With their Genji going down, I could be looking for a bit more cleanup. I don't want to overextend here, because if I'm able to help maintain this space, I think that could be very valuable for our team. But as their ball is on this high ground, I can just try to chill a bit. We force out their ball shield, and we have a lot of stacks on this high ground area. As their team starts to walk, it's going to be my turn to back up. Unfortunately, our Echo is forced to use their duplication. And I think that if I can walk on this Ana or help my Echo with this hit, we can be a much better spot. Nano boost from the enemy Wrecking Ball. It's going to make things a little bit too difficult for us to really find our value. Since I'm able to have a lot of uptime on these mid fights, I am going to be taking the longer spin perk to hopefully help me clean up some kills, as I find it that I can take a lot of good fights into the majority of their team. We're opening up a lot of space and getting value in these mid fights, and as their on-run goes down, I think that we can maybe be looking to step onto their Ana pretty soon here. Don't really want to be full committing onto that Ana Lifeweaver, but as their Genji's close, I can be looking to try to chill. Want to make sure I don't step into any mines. But as our Hog starts to take some aggro, finds both kills onto the enemy Genji and Wrecking Ball. That will be wonderful news for us as their on-runs over here. I'm going to be looking to step, but I thought my Hog was going to be able to follow up, and instead they're going to be pressuring main. It's going to be very a-okay. Maybe it was a bit too aggressive for me outside of my support LOS and getting poked down early, but I think that going for that play in the long run, now that I'm coming back with my Sundering Blade and I'm able to put it on the point, can be very okay. We find some big damage onto Orisa, and that is going to be taking them down. Genji behind. I want to be looking to see if I can mark this out or help my supports out. How'd they get up there? And we do take down the Genji. As I see their Ana having no sleep dart, I want to see if I can get onto it. I hear the on-run still behind, probably in these tunnels here. But by pressuring the stairs area, we are going to be forcing them into my Hog LOS. And now there are Orisa's on this main area. I want to see if I can bait their Genji potentially up to me, and I'll control this high ground for my team, making sure that my team is not afraid of this Genji from collapsing on them. We're winning the game right now. I don't really need to do all that much. I could potentially look for some jabs. As I see their Genji deflect, I'm going to look for a quick down slash onto them. On-run is behind with no E, but I'm going to continue to hold this space. Genji gets forced out. Now I'm going to be potentially taking this high ground area, just pressuring their backline and staging for my hit. Now it's their Genji that's marking me, but as their Lifeweaver is alone on this far right area, I can be taking the opportunity for that hit, and now I'm going to see if I can potentially look for this Ana. I know that they have their sleep, but as we force them out completely, we can turn our attention a bit more towards the point. And we will be taking the first round full cap with 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the board. Not too many kills early in that round, but we were still applying a lot of pressure, making sure that we have a lot of space for our team. I think that if I was able to find better options in the sort of mid to late fights, we could be finding more frags and taking the game into our hands even more so. But do think that the value that we are able to get off of our aggressive yet controlled play is still going to keep us very firmly with a positive win rate. With our team composition, especially if we're leaning into the Brigitte Mizuki, I want to make sure that I'm being aware of where our pack ranges are, or where I'm actually able to get any support. And if we play a sort of resource demanding tank, I want to see if maybe I could play something a bit less resource demanding. But since we're on Roadhog, maybe I can be looking to greed 4 packs a little bit more. But in ranked, it's kind of hard to rely on teammates consistently because you are going to be the only consistent factor in all of your games. So making sure that you understand how to play around any of the resources that you are given when nothing is sort of guaranteed is going to be a very, very useful skill to develop. But as our team is holding a lot of that right side, I'm just going to be pressuring the statue, and then I'll be backing up soon. I'm going to be pressuring this Wrecking Ball a little bit here. As their on-run looks to peel me, I'm just going to back up to my support LOS. We bait their Wrecking Ball into decent space. We see their Ana main. My Brig is fighting this, so I'm going to help them out a bit. And now it's time for me to chill. I'm going to be backing up towards this mega area. Genji wants to probably still be chasing me, but as I see my team heavily pressured, I think it's going to be time for me to live here. Not quite able to find the kill onto the Wrecking Ball, but we do clear out space for our team. With their ball on this mega area, on this right side, I'm going to be looking to kind of chase them down a little bit. I want to see if maybe I can help our Brigitte to live whatsoever. We do find ourselves forcing the Wrecking Ball once more. With their on-run inside of our space, we can just look to turn around and peel that. Let's see if I can bait out Sleep Dart, but I really don't want to be taking that fight too much, especially as we peel their Juno attention. We find the kill onto the Juno, and now I just want to be kind of buying time to get my sword back. I'm backing up into this high ground area, making it hard for the Ana to hit their Sleep Dart onto me. I think that I hear the Wrecking Ball main, so I'm just going to chill on this left side area. Looking for a potential quick jab, but as their on-run commits into our space, I'm going to be looking to commit on that fight a little bit, since that's super advantage for us. With Mizuki ult coming out, I'm going to see if I can look for a hit that will allow me to back up towards our team's space. Grabbing the mini on our way, but as the Wrecking Ball is pretty close, I'm going to be making sure that I don't get booped into the mines by playing close on that sort of mini area. As Genji's inside of our space, our Rollhog is going to put them in the timeout corner. And I'm just going to try to hold down this sort of hotel area. I don't see where their Ana really was. I'm going to see if I can probably just grab this mini though, and then look for my Sundering Blade on the point. Let's see if I can get outside the Ana LOS, but unfortunately I was not able to turn the corner in time, but I could have probably killed the Juno anyways if I got a little bit further, or if I let go of the sword a bit sooner. I want to see if I can match their Ray on the point. I usually like matching ultimates that require the enemy team to play together in an enclosed or confined area to get value, like Kitsune Rush, Ray, or like Transcendence with Sundering Blade, because those kind of ultimates are going to increase the chances of us finding multiple targets to hit. And if they want to spread out to avoid our Sundering Blade, then they're going to be denying the value of their they're going to be denying the value of the ultimate that they just used. Still fairly low here, so I'm just going to be trying to hold down this high ground as much as possible. Genji might potentially come up through that top right area. As Wrecking Ball uses the minefield, I'm going to be helping out my team inside of our Mizuki ult. They find some pretty big spins onto their on-run and Genji. You see there are Ana in Hotel. I know that they don't have Sleep Dart, but as our Wrecking Ball is still within our team space, that's going to be my trigger to try to step. But since it's just me and Roadhog left, let's see if I can get out here potentially. Our Hog does live, and I do live as well, so that will be very useful for us. With the Wrecking Ball on this right side, I can look to pressure the enemy backline and look for my hit. Could just be a jab, but as I see their Ana almost alone. I didn't see that. I thought that their Juno would be stepping with their team, and they left their Ana behind. But I'm going to be a little bit too slow to realize that their Ana was going to get some care from their Juno. Not going to find my spin out in time. Yeah, we'll be going down there, but with our Sundering Blade coming up, potentially we are going to be able to hold this second point. The Roadhog going down. It's going to be a little bit difficult. But I'm going to see if I can stage for a touch here in a way that will allow me to live. The enemy team wants to be denying me of a touch. But as my rally steps onto the point, I'm going to do my job. Procking overtime. But with Dragon Blade being used, all of our remaining members are going to go down. If I was able to find a good Sundering Blade opportunity, or if I was able to see one, we could have potentially turned that fight into our favor. But now on third point, we're still going to have our Sundering Blade option potentially to stop. I'm the worst in the world. Oh my god. My idea was to try to force out or pressure the high ground to create some space or relieve some pressure from my team on our walk up, but I'm just gonna straight up miss my spin into the room. With their Genji pretty close though, and no deflex being used, I can potentially be looking to walk a bit. The entire team looking at me, my team wants to be chilling. I think I'm just gonna pop my blade. Blade completely ignores damage reduction or mitigation, so I can use it just to instantly take care of their Genji, trying to keep themselves alive on the high ground. Pressuring their backline, their Juno is able to back up here, and it'll create some space for my team, but not exactly the kind of value that I want. Wrecking Ball walking forward. My Roadhog is going to be sustaining. Getting their Genji 1 HP before they go in. Love to see if I can find that kill, just barely not able to. As their team starts to peel me, I am going to be going down on their next step, but we do buy enough time for our rally to get used on the point. Just a lot of mobility from the enemy team. If we're able to stall for about 16 or 17 more seconds, we will be getting into a win or draw scenario. Roadhog kind of getting ping-ponged around the point. It's going to make that a bit difficult. But we see their Genji 1 HP. I'd love to see if I can find that kill. Our Roadhog is able to do so. We see their Wrecking Ball on the point. Juno 1 HP. We find the kill. And as the Wrecking Ball goes down, our Torbjorn remains, or our Brig remains alive, and we will be winning this game. I think playing for a lot of pressure and controlling some space through our jabs is going to be still valuable enough to win in this lobby, despite our few mistakes that we were making, like on that top left high ground play. So with that, we can look to our next and probably final game. Well, for the video, for the YouTube video, not for the stream. I'll be playing quite a bit today. Yeah, but just single win-loss, yeah. That makes sense. It's been a little bit since I turbo grinded Detta. I grinded Detta at the very start of this patch for a bit to see how she was feeling. Was able to get like a mid-GM account up to champ, but I think it's just mainly the micro pro. I'm just not hitting shit. It was okay. Play your traps and space control a lot better that round. You can notice when you do well because it's really easy to dance. Heroes will not die is a great sign. Flying up souls really troll unless you're above a choke. It's hard for you to walk through. Just sit on corners and walk around them on the ground. Yeah, fair enough. A Freya game or two? I could play some Freya later. Scroll up and learn. I think that is such a really interesting and fun here. I mean, it's just there's so many parallels to Winston. It's a ridiculous amount of parallels to Winston. How they kind of want to be playing. And I've always been able to climb the highest on the sort of pseudo tanks for DPS. I think that just space control and vision aggro is just a really cool topic. I think flex CPS is fun. Hit scan's fun. I just like the game. Every time I start thinking about what kind of roles I like playing, I like go through and I think about every sort of like hero or my experience on each role. I really enjoyed my time as a flex CPS. I just wish that my team let me play Sim, bro. I saw the Sim vision so early. And I was, that's like definitely probably my most comfortable DPS. Well, my baseline most comfortable DPS is definitely Sim. Just a Sim May Tracer player. Well, I can play like Widow and Cass as well. I do need to work on my Ashe a bit. My Ashe has never been that stellar. Because I just like to be a little bit like too close range. I like Widow. My Widow is good. With her buff, as long as you can hit your right click, you have instant ammo. Yeah, it's insane. No, Frey has felt really, really, really strong this patch. I don't know how long ago it was, I just saw it, but thank you for the follow, Panza. You're learning Ashe right now? I'll be probably doing Ashe rank lessons after these beta rank lessons. So after this game, probably. I'll be playing some Ashe, and then I'll probably be playing some Doomfist, and then potentially some Alari. Maybe I'll save Alari for a rainy day. Maybe I'll do some like Life Weaver. So Weaver, I will admit, is not my most experienced support. I did play it a bit recently to like prep to be able to do rank lessons, but it's just a seed thing. The seed thing is so strong, but I just like haven't built the habit of just kind of like throwing it out all the time. It's the same with Mercy. Like, I can't do a Mercy rank lessons today. I still need to play some Mercy. Mercy having flash heal base kit is strange to me. It's something that I just need to develop. But I do like Mercy otherwise. May fall asleep, but you can watch VOD. Yes, and all of these rank lessons will be made into YouTube videos. Lucio Bot got the moves in this mode? Bro, everybody got the moves in this mode. Taught you all you need to know. You need to go to sleep now because you have final. Like, wait, is it match day? Friday? Oh right, we're facing Nikki's team. Okay, awesome sauce. Okay, then yeah, I'll definitely be streaming later for any viewers who wanted to watch stream but go to bed. I'll be streaming again later. Might not be ranked lessons. It'll probably be a viewer coaching and tournament match, but there will be a stream later as well. Or maybe it'll be an all-day stream, who knows? Probably not. The Winston VOD that you had probably will not be a YouTube video. A, because I'm not too happy with how I was able to actually sort of depict my thoughts, as well as I think that those specific Winston tips are not going to be applicable for too many people. A lot of people struggle to form ideas from my experience on Winston, and those are going to be the things that are most generally applicable, I think, for the majority of people. But with yours being a little bit more micro-focused, I think that it'll be a bit more of a niche-er audience for Winston players. Once I would like when my content shifts a little bit towards like my own individual like improvement, how I go about improving my own gameplay, then something like a super like micro Winston VOD I think would fit. But for now I want to keep things mostly general as I cover a lot of different heroes. Yeah, because I thought your adaptation in the VOD that I took a look at was really good. You're back home? Hooray! Welcome back. Sword Lady Gaming.
I am the Empire.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Okay, and locking into our last game here, we are going to be on Lijiang Tower at the bands of Mauga, Freya, Wrecking Ball, and Kiriko. Never really got into detail, but for the most part as Vendetta, I usually like to ban a lot of CC-based heroes like Mizuki, Cassidy, Orisa potentially, as well as flying heroes like Freya can be a bit of a thorn in the side. But with this game, we see a Juno, we see an enemy Vendetta, and an Ashe with their Junker Queen being in this middle area. I'm going to be looking to peel out this Vendetta and then look for my step a bit later. Unfortunately, with their Vendetta being able to get in a little bit earlier than I was able to, I'm going to be chilling since I got poked out a bit too much. But as their Vendetta is in a decent spot for me to actually hit, I'm going to be looking to clear her. And then I want to see if I can maintain the space, especially as my Mizuki's sort of still chilling towards this main area. I can get some care. I'm stacking on my Reinhardt to see if I can help them out a bit on this angle. As their Vendetta goes in, I want to see if I can look for my turn on the enemy backline. And this is going to be a 2v1 that is not going to be a fight that I really want to be taking. So I will be backing out here. As their Junker Queen starts to look at me a bit, I'm going to be looking to back out a bit further. The enemy team does have a point flip. And as their Ashe sort of shoots me down, I will be falling pretty shortly. Unfortunately, I didn't quite have my spin to follow up on that kill. Coach Gun is going to be one of the CCs or disruptions that's going to be really difficult for that to deal with sometimes. But as my Reinhardt pins through this high ground, I can be looking to try to clear out any sort of angles that they don't want to be dealing with. So I'm going to be taking this bottom right area. So it's going to be some space that's really nice for me as Vendetta to play around. As their Ashe is on this main, Junker Queen is that back area. I can be looking for a quick fight onto their Ashe as their Ana still remains on this high ground. It's going to be hard for me to really clean up this Ashe, but as the rest of my team goes down and they're able to put a lot of resources towards the point, I think it's going to be difficult to take that fight into our hands. There's definitely things that I could be looking to execute a little bit better. If I'm able to find my way onto their backline or clear their Vendetta first before I have to go in, there's going to be less resources to catch me as I look for my hits, but as their Vendetta's on this high ground, I am going to just be straight up losing the one as they played their corner swings very, very, very effectively. Unfortunately, that's just going to be a little bit of micro showing of the experience. I say in a lot of my individual coaching as well as my theory videos that one-tricking can be super important, since execution and learning how to develop your execution is going to be one of the most important tools of Overwatch. And if you're trying to spread yourself across many heroes, it's going to be difficult to develop that skill of your execution as a player. So sometimes that shows in these ranked lessons where I'm able to get to champ pretty consistently on these heroes, but for someone who's super proficient, I'm not going to be able to match like a one-trick's micro capabilities on a hero. Or not one trick, but like a hero or a player that really grinds the individual heroes. It's going to be difficult for me to match up to some of these executional plays, especially as we get into these higher lobbies. But that is super okay, since if my ideas are strong enough, then I still will be able to win. So analyzing this comp matchup, I could potentially be looking to frontline a little bit more. It's a little bit scary to leave their Ashe and Ana sort of free shooting, and my habit has been to find my way onto them, but it's probably a bit too difficult of an idea for me to execute. So for me to find more value in this game, I might be trying to stack on my front line a little bit more so that I can be trying to play for ideas that I'm actually capable of executing a little bit more. Value and finding value in Overwatch and keeping your win rates consistent or consistently high or winning to climb rank doesn't have to always be about forcing the quote-unquote correct option. It can be finding what works for you. And if I'm going to have to consistently fight the Vendetta player, who I don't think they'll be able to develop my execution to be better than theirs in this game, I can potentially be looking to fight a little bit towards my tank. But as their Detta walks in, we baited them into an overly aggressive play by stacking on our Reinhardt. And now that my Ryan is taking more aggro, that's going to be my next play that I can look to try to follow up on. Ashe is on this main area. Now that our Ryan is taking aggro once more, I can still be staged to follow up, and we will be winning that fight. I think that this adjustment is going to prove very fruitful for us, since I'm not able to pull off what I believe is the quote-unquote optimal plays. I can still play to find my own value through more frontline based trade. As their Detta's in, I'm going to be looking to try to peel this. And we are able to find that kill. Unfortunately, Juno does take us down. My block will not be quite enough as I fall very, very low HP. And it'll be a super scrappy fight on the point, but we found quite a bit of our value, and it will be looking like it'll be enough to actually win here. I see their Ashe causing some issues on this area, and I fell back into old habits where I see something, I see a deadly angle or a very, very strong angle that the enemy team has formed, and I look to force it out despite me not having the abilities to avoid a lot of the damage they're able to output. I'm going to see if I can try to live. Unfortunately, with their Detta coming back in time, we will be going down. But we did find quite a bit of percentage on the point, and I think that our adaptation of playing a little bit more stacked on our core, on our front line, is going to be what can win us this game. I just need to make sure that I stick to it to find my value here. As their Detta is behind, I can look to try and turn around for them, but so Reinhardt taking a lot of space on the point. First shatter coming out. Just going to be trying to live here. Fortunately, with their queen walking, I'm going to have a lot of damage put out onto me. A lot of ultimates used from the enemy team. Nano boost used, Ray being used. And I believe that they do have their Sundering Blade as well coming up. So if I'm able to get my Sundering Blade onto the objective, we could potentially be trying to win this fight. As their team is trying to focus out on the walk up, I could look for a jab to relieve some pressure, but that's an idea that I haven't been able to find too much value with in this game. Unfortunately, not able to find the damage that I really want onto the queen, but I'll still be looking to peel them here. And we do find the kill onto the Junker Queen, but since we didn't find the slash onto them like we really wanted, I don't think that we are going to be able to win this game here. Our Reinhardt does find a touch, though it's going to be a little bit too difficult for us to maintain that over time with Bob on main. So very unfortunate. I think that I definitely could have won that last game if I started adapting earlier to the plays that I was actually able to execute. But just making sure that you keep in mind what you can try to do and ideas that you think are going to be valuable each moment to moment. Sometimes there are going to be ideas that you have to try to play for. You're not going to be able to see other lines. I do believe that pressuring or at least sort of containing the backline is going to be an idea that would be quote-unquote optimal for Deta, but I believe that each player should be looking for their own individual value. So unfortunately couldn't end this video here on a win, but I hope that it was still entertaining or educational for people to watch. And with all of that said, that will be it for our Vendetta ranked lessons. So thank you guys so much for watching. I probably will return to this hero in the future as I do enjoy them quite a bit, but thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And then bang. Editor cuts right there. Do you have any general tanks to rank up on tank? You play Mauga, Hazard, Orisa, and Winston? Yeah. Probably, especially as Mauga and Orisa. General tip that I think would apply to a lot of your games: try to be the second tank on the point. If you are the second tank on the point, you are going to be bleeding your resources way later than the enemy tank, which will allow you to actually win the majority or more of your fights that will happen on the objective. And the fights that will happen on the objective as a tank player are generally going to be the most important for you. Okay, I think that we will head into our Ashe ranked lessons. That could be good. You find it most effective to take aerial space with their E. Your side of mirror through window. If things don't go your way, covers right there using the walls on point. Yeah. I see it, Vision.
Choose your map.
See, playing solo KO, it's really complicated solo carry, really? I believe it's more simple to solo carry. I don't believe in groups too much. I feel like people who feel like they need a group to queue usually, or group to win, often misunderstand the value of their role. I find myself struggling to win more in groups than in solo queue. My win rates kind of shoot up in solo queue. Yeah, Ona is they're a semi-professional level Deta player, I believe, or at least they were previously. Like they're a Deta player. I'm not too concerned about it. With like more hours on Deta, I could be actually looking to take those 1v1s or actually match those plays, but especially on DPS with execution of heroes being like so important, or execution of your ideas and your just actual mechanical skill at a hero being so important. I'm not too concerned with any games like that where I'm not able to like just like straight up gap other players on more niche heroes or niche mechanical heroes like Vendetta. Heroes like Cassidy, Widowmaker, Sojourn, I'll be able to like actually like turbo super duper carry a lot of games on because it's just aim, and aim is universal. But for any specific hero or like micro specific hero like Vendetta, I usually need to have a little bit more, which is okay. I'm very still confident in myself as a player to actually climb really high on a hero like that in the future. I've been able to get up to champ on Vendetta before. I can do it again. But locking into our first game here for our Ashe ranked lessons, we are going to be on Shambali with the bands of Ana, Mauga, Widowmaker, and Hazard. I think Ashe is pretty decent against a lot of different heroes. I usually like to ban out heroes that can deny a lot of my sort of damage pressure, like a D.Va. But with the Roadhog chilling on the point, I want to make sure that I'm trying to get as much damage as possible in. And it seems like we're going to be playing against a Cat Bastion in this game. So against Cat Bastion, anytime you're playing a sort of longer range or shooting based hero, you want to make sure that you are ready to get into enclosed space when you are looking for any peeks outside. Since if the Cat Bastion looks for their swing as you are out in the open, there's going to be no real chance of being able to live before the enemy Bastion sort of guns you down. So making sure that you're close to enclosed space is going to be a really, really good habit for this matchup in particular. Anytime that you're playing against a cat with a hit scan based hero in tow. I'm going to be focusing on this Ashe first and putting my Bob on the point. My cat is going to be grabbing it, but I want to see if I can proc my self-healing a bit before a cat actually takes me down. Unfortunately, with the Roadhog being the one on the point, I don't want to be the one stepping up onto the point, but my Moira is able to get there in time, buying a bit more time for my Roadhog to actually walk up. If I was able to live, I think that we would have had a really, really good chance of living or winning this fight. But unfortunately, with their Ashe finding a late swing onto me and taking me down, I will be losing that first point, which is very, very okay. Main things about Ashe to keep in mind is sort of like what kind of fights that you're taking on the map, as well as who's able to see you and your rotations to get into the best positions you can. So against their comp, I'm looking for space that I will be within enclosed space, or I'll be able to kite to enclosed space in case their Cat Bastion wants to look for a swing. Space that I'll be able to shoot whoever's touching the objective, and that won't be too bad for me to fight their Ashe in. So I'm going to be taking this right side area as their Ashe looks for their step though. It's going to be a little bit difficult for me, and I think that I'm going to be looking for a bit of a flank play here with my Moira. So Roadhog starts to look towards us. I'm just going to be trying to back up. Unfortunately, my Roadhog is getting put into the timeout corner. I'm going to see if I can get back towards this main area. Almost getting hooked once more, but with my Moira's amazing care, I'm able to stay alive. We know that their Ashe is coming back up main soon, and their Cat Bastion will be here momentarily as well. I'm going to see if I can look for any early picks, and now I'm just going to be kind of like hiding behind this pillar, as I'm nervous about their Cat Bastion. We do force out the cat in time. No. I'm trying to back out as the enemy team puts a lot of pressure on our angle. I could have maybe lived if I went into that sort of right door enclosed area instead of trying to kite through main, but I was I think that my subconscious kind of prioritized trying to get stacked a little bit more with my team to potentially get some care. But unfortunately, I just took a little bit too much damage in the short amount of time. With our major perk coming up, we might be able to put a little bit more damage into the enemy Roadhog. We see that their cat's on this right side area. Their hog is walking up towards the point. Our Bob is almost ready. I want to make sure that I'm able to get that off on the point. So I'm just going to be popping it potentially to, if not just to relieve some pressure. I'm 1 HP against that Ashe, so I'm just going to be chilling a bit. Cat's 1 HP, which we do find that kill. Ashe is on this far right area, and we're going to be able to take them down as they're very low HP. We're on this right side. I'm just going to be focusing on taking that fight, and we are enabling our Roadhog to live on the point for a while longer. With both the Roadhog and the Sojourn looking to step, I was prioritizing shooting the Sojourn as they're going to be outputting the most amount of damage that we can stop quickly. Anytime that there is a choice behind, like if you can find the kill onto a squishy, take the kill onto a squishy, but if there's free value shooting at the tank, then that is super duper okay as well. I'm trying to force out the biggest threat possible in these sort of mid fights with my damage pressure. So that will be that will be sort of how I determine most of like my target focus in fights. As their Moira's walking forward, I can be looking to try to help out my Roadhog clean up any kills. And now I can maybe look for a quick duel onto this Ashe, but I want to make sure that I'm doing it fairly passively, as I am on the defense here. It's way worse if I die than if they die. So while it's a nice little DLC value to look for, I want to make sure that I'm safe because I only have about 2 fights to lose, but with them having 2 minutes on the clock, they have about like 4 fights they can lose. So I want to make sure that I stay alive or prioritize my life in those sort of hope phases. Looking for my dynamite, we do find the dino onto the Ashe, but as the Roadhog starts to walk forward, I'm going to be chilling a little bit, almost having my Bob ready for this fight. I'm popping mine on the point to stop their push. Just gonna be taking down their Bob to allow mine to shoot kind of for free. My cat finding some great value, picking up and dragging my Bob places. Ashe getting 1 HP off of our headshot, and we hopefully can take him down. I'm thinking about using my dynamites primarily to force out any sort of scary angles or find damage onto people behind cover. With them swapping to Freya, I can just be holding my space or my angles as a hit scan a little bit more decisively, as their Freya wanting to swing into us will be kind of hard for them, as they have to slow down to actually send out their projectile sometimes, which will give us a pretty good headshot chance. So I'm staring at the spaces where their Freya is likely to peek from. Coalescence being used and cat ult. Things are looking pretty rough for us, and as our Roadhog goes down, there's going to be no one to take pressure for us. So I'm just going to be backing up. I could take that left flank angle, but that's going to be a really committal play. So I'm just going to be trying to lurk around here instead. Potentially, now that my team is finding a bit more of a push, I can be looking for this left angle, which is going to prove very fruitful in giving me decent LOS onto the enemy team. But as my team starts to fall a bit, I'm going to try to build up my Bob in time, but unfortunately I'm going to be a few % off from actually being able to throw my Bob on the point, and the enemy team will be finding the full cap here. Very okay. I think that for the most part we were playing it pretty decent. I could be using my dynamites a lot more aggressively to potentially force out their Ashe or their Freya. Any of their squishies are going to be very, very vulnerable to our dynamite ability. And if we're able to find the hits or the explosions onto them to make them back off, we can be looking for a bit more aggressive damage pressure onto their frontliners, like the Roadhogs chilling on the point. And so I'm going to be looking potentially on this attack here to get a bit more aggressive with my dynamites, and after I hit or connect my dynamites to give myself advantage duels, I could be looking to either pressure the enemy tank chilling on the point, or I could be looking to find more frags onto their back line. With our team comp, I'm gonna be a little bit more squishy than like our Cassie, but we are going to have a bit of a double shooter comp here. I could be taking a bit longer angles since my range, or my effective range, is just going to be straight up further than our Cassie's. I don't have to take super close range space, so I could be trying to take space on the map that our Cassie might not want to. Like if this right side area ever opens up, that would be wonderful, wonderful value for me to play for. Or if our cast wants to be playing on this right area, or left area, I mean, that'll be okay by me. Is there hogs on this corner? I want to make sure that I'm sort of like respecting that and careful of that hook threat. But with their Freya being completely unmarked on that right side, we do claim the high ground for free. But I will be going down to that Freya. I could have noticed that there wasn't too much pressure onto the people walking down our high ground. There's our cats inside our space. I can be looking to try to clean them up, but with their entire team swinging me at once, we are able to find the kill onto the Ash, but unfortunately I will be going down once more. I think that I will try to lean towards this right side area instead of this main to give the enemy team less chances to actually find a decent swing onto me. But as our team is utilizing this empty space on the map that the enemy team is giving, we're going to be okay. Ash finds a dynamite onto us, but since I'm getting healed by my cat, I'm going to be looking to take that duel a little bit. Anytime that I fall low, I will be getting healed back up, so I could be pushed or taking that a bit aggressively to force some of the attention or pressure away from my teammates who aren't going to be able to get healed as easily, since since my supports are going to have to actually focus or utilize their resources on healing one or the other, they're not going to be able to heal themselves nearly as well, so it's much better in those sort of like non-committal poke phases if I'm taking some damage compared to them. Amazing cattle from my cat player, but unfortunately I'm not going to be able to get inside of that mega room area in time. I'll be caught on the wall. So, despite their Roadhog going down, we are going to be heading back to the spawn room briefly, but with that pick opening up and a lot of the space opening up, our hog should be free to walk quite a bit. So I'm just going to be trying to utilize my dynamite as a tool to make some more space, as our Ash is finding some decent kills from that high ground position, or decent shots from that high ground position. We are going to need to chill quite a bit here. Unfortunately not able to find our exit frag, but we do catch our team's wave in time. Playing this aggressive like we wanted to, and I think that for now, this main area is feeling very difficult to walk into the Roadhog and the two shooters with, so I might try to play or develop a slow push on this right side. We finally find our dynamite onto that middle area, and now we have an angle to shoot at their jetpack cat. Very wide swinging, but we do not find the kill, unfortunately. Roadhog looking for their ultimate on our main. And as our Ashe and Cat collapse on our backline, our Freya go down. We do have our Bob to potentially make some space, but as we're down 2, I think that maybe potentially it's going to be a little bit too hard for us to find some value with, so I will just be taking another reset here, especially on these areas that are going to be, or like these escort second points or hybrid second points especially, they're going to be designed to be fairly hard. So it's important not to get discouraged anytime things start to become a little bit difficult. As our Bob is sort of chilling in that sort of back room area, an amazing pull from our Cat is going to be finding a lot of value. We hear their Freya on main, so I want to be somewhat careful about this step. We find a nice shot onto their Freya, so we don't have to worry about that angle too much. With our Freya fighting what seems to be their Ashe, I do get bolted in the backline, unfortunately, so I'll just be going down there. It was a jetpack cat that they were fighting on the right side. I see. I was wondering how the Freya would have gotten over there so quickly. The sounds are just a little bit similar. But we can come back and look for our Bob on the point here. But it seems like we're going to be okay to potentially just win. I am going to be popping my Bob on the point here. It didn't get exactly where I wanted it to, but with the help of our Cat, it will find a decent bit of value. It's just our Roadhog and our Cat left on the point. Amazing hook from our Hog, but unfortunately with the enemy ult being used, it'll be a little bit too difficult for... Wow! Our Cat finds an amazing kill. It's only going to be only squishies on the point. We could maybe be looking for a fight here to win this cap. Oh, it's just such a hard swing. Especially if somebody takes right side, yeah. I think that I'll try to chill. Our Hog will get the touch, since our Cat is helping them out here, potentially. Hook gets used. Find some kill, or the kill onto the Ashe, and then the Freya 1 HP. Oh, I ran out of ammo. Oh, I'm missing the most crucial shots, and I just barely ran out of ammo, so I wasn't able to clutch up that fight nearly as much as I wanted to, but that will happen sometimes. We did our best, though I believe that if I was able to play a little bit closer to walls to make it harder for any angles that the enemy team would take to actually find any value on me or find kills on me like their Freya was consistently able to do, we would have been able to win this game much more convincingly, or take the second point much more convincingly. We had many chances to actually win or take that game into our hands, but unfortunately I just wasn't able to capitalize on it with my mechanics. Will be a demotion, but I think that I have a lot of confidence that I'll be able to get that back in time. So with that, let's see what our next game looks like. Bang. Diamond, thank you. Quickly became a new favorite of watching. I was just watching your videos and every single one is so valuable. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you. I'm glad that the videos are helpful. I love Tank a lot. I hope that they've been helping you out. I hope that your games have been going well, or any of the tips that I give help you to improve. I get really happy when people like sort of like post or like say that they were able to get like a new peek after like trying to apply like some ideas from videos. It makes me so happy. I love our teammates arguing for no reason. It's almost impressive how quick some people are deflecting blame. Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be ranked. Ranked will always bring out the worst in people. Anytime that like someone's like skill or anything that like people would like value in their lives, like people want to be good at the game, anytime that it's sort of attached to a number or like a rank or a system, people end up just having their egos just completely and totally exposed. And some people are going to be willing to take a look at themselves and want to improve, and others won't be able to bear the sight. Are we doing up so early? We're playing some Overwatch. I'm gonna be trying out some probably earlier streams. I will be streaming later today as well, but I've just been struggling to find myself productive during like normal NA hours. I've just been like really struggling to actually like hit the stream button or get the kind of videos that I want to get out. So I believe that if I'm adjusting my sleep schedule just a little bit to see if this will feel better. So potentially there will be some very like quirky stream times in the near future, and maybe even beyond, because I said like at the start, once I started streaming, like I said, people asked like what my stream schedule would be like. I'm sorry, gang, there will never be one. There will never be a stream schedule. It'll be kind of it happens when it happens. I'm very bad with consistent schedules. I find myself super unhappy when I have to wake up and I like look at like if my day is like too blocked out, or if it's like I have to do this at this time and then I have to do this at this time, blah blah blah, I just get miserable so quickly. So I have a to-do list. I set goals for myself to like say, okay, I want to get like this video up, or I want to do this video, I want to make sure that I stream, I need to like have a meeting with my team, and most of the time, like most of like the sort of like schedule that I have is completely like based around like my competitive team play stuff. So that's like already filling most of like my sort of schedule budget in my head. But I do want to be streaming a lot and quite regularly. It just won't be that consistent. Like this time because it's something I watch before bed? Yeah, that's awesome. I also enjoy this time. I get to... It was dark when I started streaming, and now the sun has risen to, or like through my window, which is kind of nice. I like that feeling. I suppose I should be practicing Ash aim instead. I mean, I'm just trying to build trigger discipline to be slow. It's actually lining up your shots and clicking properly is a really important part about any sort of quick timing or hit scan hero. I do want to get like really good at aiming again. I just need to put in the hours to Kovacs. Seeing like a really good aimer like in game is so cool. Mainly on clicking heroes, just because it's so like they move their mouse at such a consistent speed almost always, and it's just like the speed that they know that they're like ready to click with. I think that's so cool. Like that. I'm not able to do it too much, but being able to just like have such a controlled speed and blend together like your like main flick and then your correction flick together is so sick to me. It's a idea that's really common for like starting out in aim training, but it's like two-step aiming, where you're going to have like a big flick to just generally get onto a target, and then like a correction flick to actually like get your crosshair like really like onto them. Like one is going to be like general direction, and then one is going to be correction. And players that like aim train a bunch, that just like will slowly like merge the two like more and more and more, so that they just have such control over both. It's so sick. Aiming's really cool. I do want to make an aiming video as well. That's on my to-do list. Actually will be probably important for me, considering how tank is this patch. Mechanical skill is going to be one of the things that like really is going to shine. Well, if you want to lean into that, you also can just play RAM block, but that's not really me. We're considering doing an unranked GM video series. I think with your educational style, it could be amazing, especially love one with Rams, Sager, Winston. I could do something like that. I will be doing some challenge-based videos in the future. Because I want to explore different ideas, or I want to demonstrate how to find value, and how the ranks, and actually just talking a bit about like how the rank system actually works with like through different challenges, because it's really interesting. I love the Overwatch rank system, and it's actually really pretty damn good at its job. One of the first things that I'll do is, after we finish our randomizer Nuzlocke, I'll be doing an educational series that'll be similar to an unranked GM, but I'm probably gonna try only having like one ability per life. Where it's a restriction where basically like, let's say I'm on like Reinhardt or something. If something goes on like cooldown, that means like I can't use it again. So if my shield goes on cooldown, then I won't be able to use the shield until I like die or respawn. Same with like pin, fire strikes, etc. So I get like the one pin per life, but I still feel pretty damn confident that I can get up to like Grandmaster doing that, because I want to talk about how I believe really strongly in the idea that limitation breeds creativity. And a lot of people, I know that this might be a little bit controversial for some people, saying like, oh, well, you're just kind of like trolling some people's games, or you're throwing games because you're putting these restrictions on yourself. But I believe that it'd probably just be worse if I were to like go into a rank system with no restrictions for like completely and utterly like the sake of education. I don't like, as like a high rank or a champs player, like my view of what Smurfs are and how smurfing or how big of an issue is skewed, because I have a lot of accounts. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I have a lot of accounts, and I've had to grind those accounts up to high ranks through what people would call smurfing. I do it for a purpose. I do it with intention. How I make accounts and why I make accounts is never to have the satisfaction of like winning games that I feel like or like I could win, or like sort of lowering the rim and feeling like I'm LeBron. That's never the situation. I always, anytime I make a new account, I put restrictions on myself, usually by one tricking a hero. I'll have I have a lot of accounts because I've wanted to learn like every hero in the game, and I want to see what my MMR, what elo I can get to on those specific heroes, on each of the heroes in the game. And it's a restriction. It is a test. I can put my skill in this specific category, in this specific way of finding value to the test based off of the rank system. If I made an account that was just like, yeah, I can play whatever tank I want, I can do whatever I want, I know it's going to get up to champ. Like, it's happened before. I can maintain high champ on tank consistently. It's not a test. It's not actually sort of like checking anything. So I believe that while unranked GMs are helpful for some people, for the most part, majority of unranked GMs, I'm gonna be honest, it's just a smurffest. It's just like a champ player has honed their execution levels on the heroes that they play to such a degree that they can execute any idea super well. I'm not gonna lie. If I went Junker Queen in a lot of lobbies, I could just kind of like sit like in like really, really bad or weird or wonky positions, but because my execution, my mechanical ability and like movement is solid, a lot of the times those ideas would work in different ranks. So if I ever do anything, it's going to be putting restrictions on myself. But locking into our second game here, we are going to be on Ilios with the bands of Zarya, Maokai, Pharah, Mizuki, and Hazard. A big 5 ban for this game, but with our team comp being this Winston Freya composition, I want to be utilizing the space that my Winston takes for our team to try and find some value onto the enemy team. Looks like they are aware that we take that top left area, and we could stay on that top left area because it has good LOS on the point, but I do want to be getting a little bit more active to take the game into my hands a bit. I just let myself get doubled. I just basically set myself up for the double boop, and the Master Fox is going to be very, very ready to punish that mistake of mine. But an amazing res for my Mercy is going to be able to keep our Freya up, and we will be flipping the first point into our favor. I was staring at the Lucio quite a bit there because they were a pretty decent threat to my team in towards that coast side area. But as their Roadhog starts to walk, I'm just going to be looking for any sort of value that I can. I don't want to be full swinging onto the Roadhog without a way to sort of like unpeak, because if I expose myself to the Roadhog for too long without a way to sort of like back up or disengage from the fight, that Roadhog or that hook is just going to be basically a one-shot. A similar concept that you can apply to heroes like Widowmaker or like a damage boosted Sojourn or something that's just going to be able to burst you really quickly. A fight that you don't want to take, you want to position yourself in a non-committal fashion. If you're able to sort of back up from a fight, that's going to give you a lot of options in the future. Like you can see there, I was able to, for the most part, chill. But putting my Bob onto the point, the Roadhog is going to hook it off, so it's going to be harder for me to capture this objective. But as our Hog is behind, I'm going to be looking to step towards their backline. We find some damage onto their Juno. I heard their Baptiste above me, but I wasn't going to be too concerned since we have our Mercy ready. Even if they dropped onto us, it was just going to be a 2v1. I did not hear the Roadhog die. Yeah, okay. It'd be really nice if I could kill that Roadhog, but I'm going to shift my attention to the Sojourn as that damage is... Whoa, I'm sorry. Is going to be very important for me to be careful of. Some amazing care from my Mercy. And now I'm just going to be trying to zone out the Sojourn a good bit. Waiting there is going to give me an advantage duel as I won't be behind their crosshair. We find some decent damage onto them, and as I put my dynamite, I'm just going to be backing up towards the point since they're going to be effectively forced completely away and out of that fight for a while so I can just win the objective by utilizing the advantage that I created by basically making it or taking one of the members of their team out of the fight for a little bit through my shots and my dynamite to put my numbers towards where the most valuable space on the map is, which would be the objective. Wasn't quite able to get there in time to shoot anyone on the objective, but if the fight went on a little bit longer, then it would have been really, really valuable for me to be able to clean up the important space faster to pressure the enemy team to make more rash decisions. But going into our second round here, I'm going to be trying to take this top right area above the point, especially if they're on Roadhog still. I should be careful about Symmetra TPs. So they're on Genji. I will be quite careful here as I hear the Roadhog lurking below me. We do see our Kiriko going down. I'm going to be peeking my Mercy while taking this high ground. See their Genji on this right side area, and as our Mercy gets hooked, I'm going to be looking to try and take down their Genji. Unfortunately, not quite able to. I'm scared of the Roadhog walking out and finding the hook onto us. I suppose with their Genji and Lucio forcing me down into the Roadhog's range, we are going to be finding our fate to the hook anyways. Somewhat okay. I think that maybe if their hog is just going to be sort of chilling on the point, I'm worried about chilling on our high ground area because that's going to be very, very easy for them to clear me with their Symmetra teleport. So I'm going to be probably, next time we get some space on the map, I'm going to be chilling in cage area, which will still give me solid line of sight onto the objective where I can put my numbers to be very, very useful to winning the game, or winning the objective. But it will still be fairly safe as I'll have a lot of cover and corners to kite behind. If the enemy team wants to be looking towards me a bit. Seems like their entire team is towards the objective. I'm going to be looking to dynamite on this high ground area to see if I can force out anyone who might be lurking. As their team starts to brawl our Ram on the point, our Ram goes down, I'm going to just be chilling. I think that my reload management hasn't been the most stellar in these games. So that might be something that I want to start focusing on. Getting over the building is going to allow me to disengage from this fight a bit quicker than if I was to go through the alley. Their Genji almost found the kill onto me, but I think I was less scared of the Genji than I was the Roadhog. I see somebody on this high ground area, and that's going to be something that I want to see if I can sort of take, or space I want to take. I was thinking about potentially trying to bob through the window, but I wasn't sure if I could, so I'm just going to be dropping down instead to see if I can take them down, or make sure that I can get the bob onto point. My Kiriko hopefully gets one touch. I'm going to be staging to get a second one though. Kiriko's 1 HP and my Freya is able to take them down. With their Lucio being left on the point, I'm going to miss most of my shots, but they will still fall to the hands of our teammates, which will put us in a pretty solid spot for being able to hold this point. I do want to be pressuring early, but I just need to be careful of the Roadhog hook. I'm going to be looking in this bottom right area, staying outside of the effective hook range. But as it looks like the enemy team is going to be in a pretty aggressive spot with their teleporter, I'm going to be looking to fight it. I didn't mean to drop there. That was definitely a accidental play. But unfortunately, as their Kiriko falls 1 HP, I will be going down once more despite our Mercy finding the res. But as our team uses Kitsune Rush and Valkyrie on the point, we will still be able to maintain that hold. Nervous about another TP to the point since I'm no longer there to get a dynamite on that teleport. As their Genji uses their dash, enemy team finds their way onto the point once more. We get decent dynamite, and our Ramatra is just sort of chilling on the point. I'm just going to try to pump in a bunch of damage with Roadhog. And now Genji. As those are going to be the huge threats to our supports and the people who really, really need to be fighting on the point and sustaining to make sure that we capture the objective. If they didn't take any damage from us across that fight, we were going to just be straight up losing the fight. I'm always thinking about the like sort of biggest threat and how I can be looking to force them out or play around them, as it's quite scary. I might TP on this high ground, in which I'll drop point. With the enemy team walking towards the point, I'm going to be throwing my Bob on the objective to be slowly shooting out the rest of their team, and my Bob ends up forcing the enemies into good effective range for me. With an ultimate like Bob, which is just going to be really, really good at controlling specific space on the map, as well as Bob being one of the few things that is not a player that can actually contest an objective. It's really, really useful to be putting it on the point when other people are taking aggro or angles around the enemy team, because if the Bob is able to sort of free shoot and isn't going to be shot back, then it will just be pumping in damage, which will give you guys a huge advantage in most of your ult fights. Bob can be one of the most useful tools of winning a team fight. So I'm going to be using that, I think, to win the majority of the fights that I was able to actually sort of like hard carry. But with us getting our next game, let's see how it goes. How many hours would you say you have in comp total? Oh wow. A lot. Several thousand probably. Let's see here. Do I have Rolling Girl? This account has 1,600. V. I don't have V added. Let's see, what other accounts do I have added? So if I have 1,600 or whatever it was, this is my scrim account, so I have about 1,800. Well, I actually probably have about 2,000 or 2,300 hours in scrims because I had to play a lot of OPR. Or play on a lot of OPR accounts. I'd say I probably have around 3,000 hours in ranked. The Boger Winston unranked GM. Go ahead. It's pretty funny to watch. No, that was insane. No, that's actually so hard. A lot of people believe they play differently depending on the ranks, so they want to see good players in their own ranks. Yeah, that's true. A lot of good players, even like high rank players, a lot of high rank players believe that you play different in each rank, which I don't personally believe, though I do believe if you think, or players that believe like you should play differently in each rank, I think find most of their value through meso execution or meso based ideas, which is an idea or a concept that I know no other like Overwatch educational content creator or coach is using at the time, but it's a concept that I've been exploring with my team recently to find a lot of success. I'll be making a full video on meso later. But locking into our next game here, we see that we are going to be playing against a Widowmaker, which is very important for us to know, even more so than bans. So with the Widowmaker, we will not be able to win most of our long-range duels, but we can still apply a lot of pressure by playing more for our jiggle peaks, and any sort of advantage peaks that we get, we can be abusing quite a bit. So Roadhog is walking up towards this high ground. I'm going to be trying to put some damage into them as my Winston starts to take some attention from them. I can be trying to help them out with this fight, as the Roadhog is now going to be able to sort of free walk at me, I will be wanting to back up here. This top left area is not going to be my preferred position on the map to take because their Widowmaker is going to have a very, very easy time sort of fighting this duel against me. I'm going to be dropping to try and cut this angle as much as I can. With them having kind of 2 one-shots on the map at any given moment, making sure that I position around them is going to be kind of the name of the game, and then finding any sort of damage that I can outside of it. And the angles to consistently find damage is going to be my main value. Since with Widowmaker, the issue with Widowmaker is that they actually aren't able to output crazy amounts of damage compared to other hitscan based heroes, but they just have the one-shot threat on the map at all times. The team walking, I don't think I'll be able to get out, so I'm going to be trying to look for any trade that I can. Finding the kill onto the Ana, but I will be going down to the Widowmaker, who finds a pinch onto me. If I was able to kill the Ana a little bit sooner, maybe I could have been able to kill the Widowmaker, but I think that Ana exit frag will still be valuable. With our cat going down though, it might be a little bit hard to capitalize on. Walking out of this top right room, I need to make sure that I'm careful and putting some attention towards my movements and make it hard for the enemy Widowmaker to potentially find a kill. I think I'm going to be trying to hide in this little right area. See their Widow on this top right. Our cat's helping out our Rotom, our Winston. A good way that you can be taking duels against a Widowmaker when you don't have a one-shot yourself is going to be trying to bait out their shot. Since Widowmaker has to charge their shot, if you go for a quick little jiggle peek to bait the Widowmaker to think that you are committing to the fight and they will waste their shot, that means that you will have a little bit of time that their one-shot threat is no longer available. It's no longer there for you to worry about, so you can be looking to actually commit after it's baited out so that you can take your advantage fight. But with our team kind of blowing up the rest of them, we are going to be in pretty good spot. Looking at their team comp, I unironically think I might want to just play in this bottom right area. This will allow me to get onto this high ground, and it will still give me cover to potentially outplay their Roadhog or Widowmaker. And I won't have to be in such a committal position like holding one of those top areas. So our Moira falls asleep. I'm listening. I'm keeping my ears open to see what's around for the enemy team. Tracer gets onto the point, but the Roadhog is close. I know their Widowmaker wants to probably be swinging this top right area soon. I think my Winston knows this as well. I'm going to see if I can just stay alive to make sure I can get Bob on cart if needed later. I think I will just pop it as their team has a lot of space. We are going to be able to trade out the Roadhog because we put our Bob down. Not ideal way of using the ultimate, but I didn't want to give this choke hold since this is going to be one of the most important spots on the map. I'm willing to commit my Bob to make sure that I can hold it. But with our team still able to maintain the sort of front half of Jib's second, we can easily walk back up. I'll take this fight against Tracer on points since I don't want them to get any more objective or cart push. And with our team taking down most of theirs, I have more space on the map to actually walk. I don't know if the Widowmaker went down yet. Sounds like they swapped to Cassidy though, so I have a lot more freedom in how I'm able to play. So I'm just going to be taking this sort of central ship area high ground, which will allow me to oversee the majority of the map, as I no longer have to worry about getting outranged by anything. As the team starts to walk towards me, I'm going to be giving some space. Baited out Roadhog hooks, and now we're able to sort of just shoot them on the objective here. Tracer is alone in this bottom right staircase. I'll probably be going up onto this top background area soon. The Tracer is going to be able to get this mini, but we still keep them pretty low. I'll be playing up here to see if I can fight that a bit more, but as their cast and Roadhog gets a point, the Hog is going to be very, very low. But unfortunately, I will not get my coach gun back in time, so to get back onto the high ground, we'll just barely be going down there and probably be losing this point. I definitely could have won if I got back onto the high ground. Their Tracer just being in that bottom right area is going to be a little bit difficult for us to deal with, but this third point, especially now that they are off of Widowmaker, is going to be really amazing for us. Because now we are going to be the big, sort of like longest range threat on the map until they swap back to Widowmaker. So now we have to be playing a little bit more safe again. But that is the beauty of hit scan. Of if we play, if we have good enough mechanics, we can usually be winning a lot of these duels. Especially now that we have our major perk. So if we hit 2 bolts on, or 2 shots onto the Widowmaker, we will be slowly burning them down with our, what is it called, the Viper Sting. It will just barely be pushing our sort of like headshot body shot over the threshold of killing the Widowmaker, so we can be a lot more aggressive and taking a bit more of an even duel. So Trace is close. I'll be looking to sort of force that out. I'm worried about this right side area. As their team, as their Widow's top right area, or top right, and their Mauga's on main. I was wondering if I could greed some space as they swap to Mauga instead of Roadhog to play a bit more on that front line, but with their Ana having their nade come out onto us very, very swiftly, it will not be the play for us. So I'm going to be just thinking how I'm going to try to get my Bob onto the card to open up some space for my Mauga pretty soon. I'm going to be waiting for that. And now with our Mauga popping shield, it'll be very, very good for us to just sort of walk forward and pump in a bunch of damage. Their Widowmaker is still remaining on that high ground. It's going to find the last kill onto us, but that is super A-okay as we will be holding the enemy team on third point. Thinking about our attack here, if we have to play into a Widowmaker, we can be playing a little bit more aggressive with our swings. If we're ever able to get that chance of baiting out the Widowmaker's one-shot and then going for a bit more of an aggressive 1v1, could be insanely valuable, since if we ever end up forcing them out, it'll mean that the rest of our team doesn't have to play so scared, like they're under pressure as well, because Widowmaker makes everything just a little bit harder. We have a lot of value that we can provide as Ashe. It's really nice if we can find some space to just utilize our damage or pump our damage onto the objective or into the enemy tank without peeking the Widow. But if we are able to earn an advantage duel or win a 1v1 against them, then it will make the entire like world much easier for our team. Yeah, that's going crazy. Thinking about how I want to take this attack, I'm going to scout their comp here, and if they don't have any crazy long range pressure, I'm going to be taking this top right area, but if they do have something like a Widowmaker again, I'll probably be chilling. I don't see their second DPS yet, but as they have their Freya, I can definitely be taking these sort of like high ground based areas. It is still going to be difficult as the Freya is very scary anytime that they hit their bolts onto us, but it's going to be really important that we take those 1v1s, that we take those duels, because we're going to be the only one on our team that's really able to do so consistently. And anytime that their Freya is able to sort of free shoot, it means that our Winston is not able to play the game nearly as much I'm gonna be slow walking up. Seems like our team does have this base cleared, and as their frag goes down, I'm just gonna be pumping in damage to the enemy Mauga here, finding our dynamite onto them, just kind of waiting for them to walk into my LOS. Don't need to force anything yet, but as their Mauga gets sort of stable or cared, I'm gonna be looking to take this area on server side, and then turn my attention towards the point. Find a shot onto the Tracer, which is going to allow our Genji to live for a while. Kiriko uses their Suzu. I know the Tracer's behind, looking to shoot out my Winston soon, but I'd love to see if I can force out this Mauga. There are Tracer's lurking around. But as our Mauga oversteps, we can just pump in damage to him to make sure that we can secure this kill. I'm worried about Reaper TPing in behind us, but as they're in that bottom area, I'm going to be instead looking to find potentially a dynamite. Nervous about that Reaper in rush getting onto our Winston, but with Tracer recall being forced, I want to see if I can force out their Mauga. But unfortunately the Reaper is able to just find the kill onto me. I was looking to try to force out their Mauga so that my Bob could actually be useful on the objective, because if their Mauga is alive and my Bob is forced to target the Mauga, then it's just going to be very, very, very difficult for Bob to find too much value. But we get some nice easy shots at the enemy Mauga there. And my Bob is able to sort of shred their shield pretty convincingly here. With their Mauga being very, very, very low, I'm going to see if I can continue pumping in some damage to him. We find some damage, or some more damage onto the Mauga, but as their team starts to walk up a bit, I'm going to be just dropping. Hopefully my cat picks me up if their Mauga pins at me. But I'm waiting for my coach gun in case. Let's see if I can take this top right area, since they don't have their Reaper to chase me down, and that's the only one on their team who is able to fight me up here. I was hoping that I'd be able to maintain that space and slowly poke out their sort of backline to allow us to actually get this Mauga off of the objective. But unfortunately, their Ana finds a good nade, and the Reaper gets back just in time. And with just 2 ults ready for us, and our cat going down, things are looking a little bit grim for us in this game here. It looks like we will be getting held on first. Super, super difficult sometimes to just find that last little bit of damage to get a super strong objective base tank like Mauga off of the cart. While we do have quite a bit of damage that we can pump into them as a hero like Ashe, I won't be able to find enough value to really close out the fight. That's something that ability like Dynamite can be super useful with. Where if I can find a dynamite onto a hero like their Ana, or get into a position like a sight line, or like have a sight line onto their backline to just threaten them enough to the point where the enemy healers are not able to heal the person who's on the point, we could actually find some meaningful damage. Making sure that you're finding ways to make your damage meaningful and valuable as a hit scan is going to be really, really important if you cannot find any like direct kills onto the backline. You make the chances to find your kills. That top right play I think was really good, or it was a good idea, but I think I just thought of it a little bit too late, to the point where the Reaper was already back into the fight, or about to be back into the fight, and their Ana was ready to counter it with a nade play. But if their Reaper wasn't back in the fight, if I got naded there, I would have been very, very okay to live. But I just got to that top right position a little bit too late. I recognized it a bit too slowly, I think, and that's what's going to allow us to be held at first. But hopefully, I'll be able to learn from the mistake and win this next game. Bang. Catching up on chat. How do you pick and choose what viewer VOD to review? Yeah, like Jaskal said, you put your code in the Discord channel and spin a wheel to keep it fair for everyone. I do feel a little bit bad. I don't, potentially, since I want to be streaming a lot more, if I'm actually able to start streaming a lot more, like I want, I'll probably be prioritizing VODs from Twitch subs or YouTube members, and then I'll be spinning a wheel. If then once all of like the Twitch subs or YouTube members are VOD codes are sort of gone through, then I'll be moving on to like the everyone wheel, since I really appreciate the people that are able to support, and I want to be able to like give back in some way. And I'll probably be doing a lot of VODs in the future, since I'm going to be pushing myself to be the best player that I can be. I think that like VODing or like coaching is like a really useful thing for players, since actually putting your thought process into words or like conceptual or concepts, breaking down like what's really important for somebody or for a hero, and actually like using your words to sort of like speak it is really useful to kind of reinforce the idea into your own head as well. Can pay and play Overwatch first thing in the morning. It's like all I've been doing. Like past like I'd always just wake up, time to queue.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross. Does anyone have a bandage? I should have a few. Finally, I'm glad someone came prepared.
Half the people playing early morning haven't slept and they're also tired and cranky. Yeah, probably. I find early morning queues to either be like the best games ever or the worst one. Okay, but locking into our next game here, we are going to be on Samoa with the bands of Cassidy, Mauga, Zarya, and Freya. I never started recording. Oh well. And I think that with us, or with this map, I want to be trying to find a lot of space on the map that's not going to be able to be ran at by the threats onto us. Looks like their cat is going. We're going to be kind of playing a bit of Five Nights at Freddy's here to try to be keeping track of all of the threats around us and developing on the map while positioning ourselves in a way that we'll be able to deal with them. As our Venture goes in, I'm going to be looking at Dynamite towards their backliners. Find their Venture 1 HP, but unfortunately I'm not able to find the kill. Boy. But Genji using the flex, I can pump some damage into their Reinhardt shield and then take this bottom right area. I'll see if I can Dynamite their Kiriko to make things a little bit harder for their team, but as their Venture finds their way onto me, things are looking a little bit grim here, and their cat is able to clean us up as we try to take down their Reinhardt. So now this comp, or this matchup, is going to be very difficult for Ashe, since we have a lot of anglers around us. We're not able to sort of take any raw like number trades like we really want, so shooting out the important targets or the important threats sort of one at a time and posturing in a way where we can take one-on-one fights is going to be the name of the game here. So I'm going to be leaning a little bit more towards either being stacked on our team or taking one of the very sort of like extreme lanes of the map. But with their Venture able to sort of push us in as we're a step behind our team, we will be going down. I can probably be pretty patient as well. If I don't see any space on the map that I really like, I don't have to force it. We're going to be finding a lot of value over time as soon as we get set up, so making sure that we can just get set up properly is probably going to be really valuable here. Nervous about their Venture, but we do see them and we are able to find that kill. We saw their cat top left, so if their team is leaning towards the left side, I can start leaning towards the right. Me and our Sojourn find a good shot on their Genji. I know their cat's still lurking on that left. I think I heard them prep their ultimate, so I can try and stay a little bit more stacked towards my team here. cat does go down, me and our Sojourn are finding pretty decent value. I think through our damage. My Bob protects whoever the Reinhardt was planning on pinning, whether it's intended use, but I think that will be more than okay. As we do win that fight, the enemy team uses, I believe, their Katsune Rush, and their Earth Shatter, I believe. I'm nervous about this cat ult, so I'm just going to be backing up into open space to hopefully see it. I think I saw them on right, so I'm going to be immediately leaning towards this left side as the Reinhardt pins at me. I don't really want to be dealing with all that, so I can just hold this high ground area. I'll take the duel against Ana. And we do find the kill. I'm ready to kite back up to the high ground as soon as the Reinhardt wants to actually be looking at me, but unfortunately, Cat has no restrictions of aerial movement whatsoever and is able to sort of chase me down there. Maybe I could have been a little bit more patient, saving my coach gun on the high ground in case their cat wanted to take the 1v1 against me. Definitely would have been the right play. I just tried to do a bit too much by pressuring the point and forcing the enemy team to back when I could have let my team cook for a while and then force the enemies back to the objective themselves. I'm wondering if I have to touch here, and it does look like it will be the case. Reinhardt stepping at me. You actually lose. Damn, they did not want me up. You actually move slower if you are moving backwards, so anytime you're trying to like run from a Reinhardt, it's pretty important to make sure that you're looking straight ahead and don't try to like look back if you're prioritizing your rotation. But we were able to get the touch, but with a good Earth Shatter onto our team, we are going to go down there. I think in hindsight, like I wouldn't expect myself to think of this play. But thinking about Earth Shatter, it might be better to make sure that I don't end up stacked with my team. But in the moment, I wanted to end up closer to my team, and I tried to kite back through main because it would be more likely that I'd get a bunch of care. It'd make it much easier for my team to heal me. But with Earth Shatter, it makes it rather difficult to sustain once we're all stunned. I can try to take an angle, but as soon as the Reinhardt's over there, I'm never going to win that 1v1. So it's time for me to just go main. Hear them pinning behind, so that means that there's others anytime that I see their tank somewhere. It means that there's usually just going to be other space on the map that's open. And unfortunately, not quite able to find the kill onto their Venture, or not their Venture, their Ana. But we get pretty damn close, but their Ana does get out and is able to punish us later for that. As their Ana and Cat hit the tag team on us on the point, we will be going down. Very difficult, but making sure, I think that we were still able to find a lot of value there, and through our damage, we just barely missed the kill opportunities that we were creating for ourselves by continuing to rotate. With them constantly taking space and angles and controlling important spots on the map, it's really important for us to recognize what areas are opening and closing as the enemy team progresses their development. Since if we stop moving and they're able to kind of like surround us and blow us up, that's when things will start to get rough very quickly for us. I'm going to be playing towards my Mercy and Sojourn here. Fortunately, not quite able to find. But with their Venture kind of constantly poking and prodding towards us, we will be going down. Need to poke them out a little bit earlier or find the shots onto them. They just had a little bit longer range than I really expected. Is that the major perk? Yeah. But we can definitely still win this game, especially coming up on Bob pretty soon here. just want to be careful of their venture as we step forward. No need to rush anything here. And as we get our kill, the enemy team is pressured to make a pretty big play. And we do save our Sojourn. And Reinhardt still stays within our team and is able to take us down, but that will be okay as the rest of our team is able to win that exchange. With our Bob coming back and their Venture being 1 HP inside of our space, they will soon fall. With our Sojourn going down though, and our Mercy falling critical, things are not. Things could be a little bit better. I still have my Bob ready. No way that hits. I am going to be popping my Bob here though. My Bob finds the kill onto the Jetpack Cat, but their Venture finds their way onto me, and there's not going to be too much counterplay available for me. I just need to hit my shot straight up. But my Hazard gets another touch onto the objective, and as the enemy team steps forward and brawls a bit more, Ventures in this close right corner, and just be trying to take this high ground and poke out the enemy team. But unfortunately, their Venture is going to be feasting on this map in such enclosed corridors and enclosed space. It's going to be difficult to force our value in a lot of areas as they can hold a corner, and we will never be able to take a truly advantage duel against them. Not the biggest fan of Venture as a hero. But it was still a very winnable game, especially on that first point. I think if I was a little bit less greedy with the value that I was searching for, and just making sure that I was maintaining my angles and my space on the map and doing my job well, I definitely could have been able to win that game. But that in mind, hopefully we're going to be able to win our next one. So I believe will probably be our last one for the Ashe ranked lessons. Yes. So let's see how that one goes. No, I do not have a set stream schedule. Also, thank you for the follow, Myslia. I do not have a set stream schedule. I apologize. I don't think that I will be ever capable of maintaining one. I do announce probably about an hour, ish, an hour to 30 minutes before I start streaming in my Discord server. Yeah, if they remove Cat's healing, they would be a pretty strong DPS hero. It's just Tracer too. Morning of Overwatch is OP for improvement. Oh, I dislike Venture. You're heading to sleep now. It's getting late here, but thanks for all the content. Hopefully you can catch the next one, maybe later in your day if you wake up early enough. Yep, awesome. I'll be streaming later today as well. I'll probably be doing some viewer coaching as well as I have a tournament match later as well. We did Vendetta ranked lessons. Finishing up Ashe now. So that will be... Yeah, okay. I'll... maybe do some like try hard queues soon on Junker Queen. I'm gonna see if I can hit Champ 1 this season. I've never really had the time to hit Champ 1. Like, the queue times just get so fucking long and the gains get so little. Like, I think on my highest account I was trying to queue the other day, and I was just getting like 9 SR per win, and it's just I don't have the time to, bro. Thank you. Time is so long in champs, like 20-minute queues. You don't get to, yeah. Nine SR per win is more than you get, bro. Why is, yeah, I don't understand, bro. Sure. How many tournaments am I playing in right now? I kind of Ka Face It. Yeah, right now it's just Ka and Face It. Though I will probably be playing in a community goats tournament around mid-August as well. That one should just be about 2 weekends. But the goats tournament is going to be like a set composition. Everybody in the tournament is playing like the same comp, where it's going to be consisting of Reinhardt, D.Va, Zarya, Zenyatta, Brigitte, Lucio. There are some exceptions though. You can play Winston instead of Reinhardt, or you can play, what is it? You can play, I believe it's Ana or Moira instead of Zenyatta. So I'll be playing in that tournament around mid-August, I believe. That's a throwback, yeah. There's goats tournaments. Usually they're about like once every, or like twice a year-ish. Usually I put together like a team of like old heads or like one tricks of the heroes, where I'm like a Rhino TP. So we were able to win it a few times. We almost always get like top 3-ish, but like every time it like pops around, like it's pretty fun. Oh right, we had to play against Still Ducks. That was a fun match. That was a good match. I need to get another B tier win. It's been a while since I've had a B tier win. And my A tiers are all kind of pathetic, I won't lie. Oh, it's been too long. No, I'm gonna get sad. Oh, I get sad. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I haven't been grinding for wins. I've been developing my skills to make a good team. That is really, I think that's like an important part. Like value is like, value can't be like determined in a team that easily. It's really, really, really difficult to actually like put like a skill rating on like a player's value in a team, because in different environments are going to be way, way, way better for different players and different people than others. I was a very good player back when I was like super duper grinding, super duper competing. And I'm planning on going on my arc to become like a really amazing player again. But for the past like 2-ish years, past 2 years about, I've been focused on just trying to develop the skills of quote unquote leadership. I'm not a big fan of the phrase. I don't like the term where there being like one team like leader, a team captain. I don't believe in it really. I think that it should, a good environment, an environment that I believe in, is one made completely kind of like of 5 equals, and trying to build to the point of that. I think it's really important. I never want to sort of like push myself or push anyone into like a team captain sort of role. Everyone will have their own value that they can bring. I'm never ever going to be able to do managerial duties for a team, like ever. I've done my time. I used to host the lobbies. I used to sign up for the tournaments. I used to talk with the tournament organizers. I've done my time. I can't do it no more. I can talk about the game a lot, and I can help our team sort of decide like direction and utilize my experience in competition to help our team in that way, or that's the sort of value that I provide. But if you told me to like keep track of the schedule, or like our schedule of like matches, and plan out like who we're gonna like play against and whatnot, fuck that. I cannot do that. I would end up miserable so quickly. And even in terms of like mental and whatnot. Younger than me, don't think you knew that. Yep, I just turned 22 last month. I'm double digits now. But there's like players in like Face It Masters League, so like the semi-professional level at the moment, who I really like looking at their gameplay like objectively, or quote unquote objectively, I'm not a really big fan of. I'm thinking of one person in particular. The one person in the scene that I actually just don't dislike. Like, I don't think that they're an amazing player, but they have a lot of value to bring as a team because they're just insanely charismatic. Like, they're really, really like funny, and they can get people to just go, if that makes sense. Their comms in the game can be really, really valuable. Their like gameplay is at like a baseline, like passable level for that level of play. So the value that they bring to a team of just being able to sort of like rally others together is like really, really, really like valuable, and it allows them to stay at that level of play because not many other players are able to do that for a team. Other players are just going to sort of win through their raw gameplay. But an environment, a team environment, or a bad team environment inhibits a player's gameplay so much to the point where I wanted to build the skills to actually create and foster a good environment wherever I went. Because I knew that I could get the individual skill back as a player. So I've been working on like my sort of communication skills. I've been working on sort of like setting direction, making sure that like everybody is happy with how things move and how like approach to the game is, or plans are created. Developing those sort of skills are what I really want to focus on for my specific goals, especially since my goals in the past 2 years have been not to go, not to get as like high as I can, but just to like get as high as I can with my friends. Like me and my friends, I want to help support us get, or help support them and support me to accomplish our goals. I'm pretty good leader, not like position of authority, but like a player leader. Yeah, I end up taking like what people would consider like more leadership, like sort of like jobs or roles or qualities, but I don't believe in, like, whenever I coach teams, I don't believe in set comm structures. I don't believe in set sort of like responsibilities. I want everybody on like a team or on like teams I'm on to be able to like step up and fill what's needed, since everybody's going to have bad days. Everybody on a team is going to have bad days, and I think that the best teams in the world are the ones that are able to sort of like support each other for like weak moments, support each other's weaknesses, or be ready and capable to sort of still combine efforts to do a job. So I take a lot of like steps in terms of like team direction and sort of like setting like scrim goals and how we want to be like what comps we could play and whatnot, and how we want to be approaching the game. And I do like a lot of fight planning, but I never want it to feel like I'm the only one who can do that. I avoid that at all costs. I never want my teammates to feel like that. And I don't want people to feel like my opinion like matters, or I have like final say or whatever. Because if people are stressed out about one person deciding, or one person disagreeing with what they think, then that's, I don't fuck with that. And that's a sentiment that I know some of my previous teammates would be like, what? You've changed? And no, to that I would say, no, I haven't. I've always felt like this and I've expressed it like that, but it's just been misconstrued. Good morning, Sarah Lee. Probably depends on your team as well. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like some people, like some players, like will perform really, really well under like sort of rigid, sort of like set structures in and environments, which is okay. That is super duper okay if people like their sort of like set rules and structures. I know a lot of teams like having like specified like comms roles or structures. I don't believe in an IGL either. You'll hear in like our Paris trap, like matches or games, like I fight plan, Nato fight. Literally everybody on the team fight plans and like calls like big plays and important plays, and it makes our game fluid. It makes our plays fluid. Everyone has ideas and everyone's willing to express their ideas. Nobody's just focusing on execution. We're all trying to be like see the most valuable path to winning like at all times. And I believe that's what I believe in. I think that rigid environments will breed rigid gameplay. And I don't think that rigid gameplay is the path to win. Your dedication to the game with YouTube streams, tourneys is pretty nuts. You'll see your results you're happy with pretty soon. Yeah, I've been kind of living this game for the past like 7 years-ish. I like Overwatch a lot. Like I've always been putting in like the hours, but only recently I've started making content. I've wanted to make content for a while, but I could never sort of like surpass or overcome my ADHD to do so. I've had a lot of attempted like sort of streams in the past, and I've found like moderate success in the past, but it's the first time that I'm actually able to sort of consistently make content. I'm very happy with it. I've been on the grind for a while. But locking into our next game here, our last game here, we're going to be on Circuit Royale with the bands of Sigma, Widowmaker, Ramatra, and Freya. I think Ashe is going to be one of the stronger picks here on this map, especially with Widowmaker banned. And the enemy team having a Pharah Mercy is going to be one of our main jobs that we want to be dealing with. Pressuring out the pharmacy is going to be kind of our main job, as it's going to be the thing or the source of value that we can uniquely provide to our team. Since we're going to be a hit scan here, it's going to be much harder for like our Genji or our Orisa to force out that Pharah Mercy. But as we get booped into this left side area, I'm going to be in a bit of a rougher spot, and I will be going down to a Kiri headshot and some general spam in our direction. So how I want to be taking this first fight, I think, is I'm going to be trying, as soon as like our Genji or our Zarya takes some aggro, is going to be when I look for a commit to a swing, but I can't really get that much damage off or find decent shots if everybody's looking at me. But as our Genji goes in and takes a lot of the aggression from the enemy team, that's going to be my trigger to start walking. Amazing heals from my support players, but unfortunately with their Mercy finding the res onto the Pharah, that's going to be a little bit difficult for us. But through some nice shots, we can erase that resurrection and then go down shortly ourselves due to the Hanzo Sonic Arrow. I think I was too focused on shooting the Pharah that I didn't see the Sonic Arrow proc. But our Genji is back and our Illari is popping their ult, so we can hopefully be taking that space. Nano Boost is used as well. Kitsune from the enemy team. As our Zarya goes down, it's just going to be our Genji remaining on the point. Orisa wants to be shooting me out, as I'm going to be one of the main damage threats to their team. Unfortunately, my dynamite bonks a bit, and I want to be backing up here to make it easier for me to shoot their Pharah if they swing, since if they were directly above me, they're going to have a much easier time cutting LOS. But if I'm a little bit further away from the wall, it's going to be much harder for them. I think honestly, I'm going to be popping or picking the dynamite perk to see if I can make it easier to find dynamites onto their Pharah Mercy. I'm not taking that top left area because their Hanzo would actually be able to sort of spam me out. Their Hanzo and Pharah would be able to poke me very easily there. But as our Zarya takes a lot of aggro with that Graviton Surge, Orisa wants to be walking at me. But we find the kill onto the Pharah. Nervous about this Orisa. But I think we'll be okay to start pushing the objective soon here. I figured that Zarya would want to, but as they push forward, I'll get the car. Since somebody has to do it. I do think that they have their barrage coming up, which I'm a little bit nervous about. I'm gonna see if I can maybe signal to our cat to Bob, or pick up our Bob. I am going to be taking this fight here. My cat picks up Bob and pops Purr for it. That perk is so weird. I've never, I rarely take the dynamite perk, so it's weird to get used to the timing a bit. I'm really trying to poke out their Mercy here. But as their Orisa starts to step onto the point, and their Pharah walks forward, I'm going to be trying to shift my attention over there, but unfortunately, I think if our Genji doesn't get the touch, I will not be able to, as their Orisa is just completely zoning us. And we will be getting held on first here. Maybe I could be getting a little bit more aggressive on some of our swings, or positioning myself to poke less early and then go for more aggressive swings as our team starts to take some attention. That might be the adjustment that I needed to make, but I think for the most part, that last ult fight, maybe I just didn't get wide enough as our Bob sort of went in. Maybe I could have gone a bit more aggressive to find some more kills instead of playing back on point to start to just poke out their Orisa or take the number trade. For our defense though, I think things should be a decent bit easier. We don't have to worry about a Widowmaker, but I am a little bit worried about their Hanzo. I'm going to be making sure that I keep track of their Sonic arrow, as if anyone on our team gets one-tapped with an arrow early, then that will make things quite difficult for us, especially with Zarya being a very slow burn based hero. I think it's going to be integral that we make sure that we can take those sort of slower fights without slowly going down. And me taking this high ground though, I'm a little bit nervous if they have that Pharah Mercy again. Sounds like they do. Don't want to be playing too much in enclosed spaces. I need to relieve some pressure from my Zarya, but as the enemy team is stacking a lot of angles, things are going to be pretty difficult for us, as their Hanzo and their Pharah are just kind of spamming us out consistently. As Zarya finds their way back onto the corner, but we are not able to hold up too much, and our Kiriko goes down. Making sure that I have ammo to fight the enemy squishies if they swing. But unfortunately, as their Hanzo finds a kill onto the Baptiste and me, I think that things are looking quite grim for us. I can look to try to get back, but that felt a little bit hard for me to have a ton of impact on. Maybe I could have played more aggressive earlier, but that will be okay. Unfortunate sort of run to have here on Ash, but I think that I was still able to convey a lot of the important topics, and I hope that it was still educational or helped some of you guys think about how you would want to approach the game on Ash yourself. So with that out of the way, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Bang, and then editor cuts like right there. Thank you for the sub, Astrid. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Good morning. Yeah, I think I should have just played coast side angle instead. I figured that we would have been like more than fine with like Bob taking a bunch of aggro to just sort of like poke out the cart, but I think playing a little bit more aggressive onto the backline would have definitely been the play there. Okay, now I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break from ranked lessons at the moment. And I'm going to be queuing on one of my Do I want to queue on a high champ tank account, or do I want to get one of my mid GM tank? I'll flex queue on like a champ account, but my tank is a little bit low on this. I'm gonna be tryharding though, any of these games. I'll still be talking through a lot of like ideas that I have. Just probably not as crazy super duper much. I wonder how many comp points I can rack up. Oh, right. How many hours do I have in ranked? This account has...
Select a map.
500? Yeah. A 600 was it? Almost? 5, 6, 7.
Select your hero.
Good morning, Kate. Good morning, Katie. Mike was doing the clicky thing. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna go about that.
Select hero bands.
Or how to fix that exactly. Okay, what are my goals? What are my goals for queuing? What am I queuing for? I want to improve. I want to climb this account. But my priority is mechanical improvement. Yes. Mechanical improvement, and I'm cleaning up my swings and poke phase ideally. Yes. Okay, so fighting one person at a time and making sure that I hit my shots on Queen. So, with those two goals in mind, I think
My throne is where I say it
it's
is.
probably
Good leadership makes all the difference.
mechanical development. Mechanical development and
I've learned a lot from my experiences.
positioning. So I just want to be focusing on knives. I think the main issue with my Queen at the moment is I just like try to do things too fast. I try to flick too fast. I try to like shoot things too fast. Whatever. So if I just make sure that I slow myself down, I think we're chilling. How do people view Junker Queen in ranked? If you guys are queuing like tanker, or not tank, if you guys are queuing support or DPS, and like your tank random like picks Junker Queen, like what goes through your head? What do you guys feel like? See everyone call her bad? I see. I do think there's a pretty big notion of Queen being bad. Slowing down. I wonder if I should queue Cass actually. That'd probably help with a lot of my Queen issues. I can probably be going for more aggressive plays on the Widowmaker. I just focus on my movement on the approach. Yeah, once their Freya gets an angle, it's just kind of over. I just need to crash out as soon as their Domino starts walking. Junker Queen doesn't worry too much, but you play carry mostly? That makes sense.
Finally,
What up, Hamster Frank? Only complain about matchups if they select Hog? That's fair. I was wondering because, like, I've seen, like, super polarizing opinions. I think that Junker Queen is, like, a mega, like super skill expressive hero, where if you're, like, really good at the hero, you just, like stomp lobbies, but, Like when she struggles, she struggles. But recently, I've just been going on like crazy win streaks every time I'm picking Queen. Bro, I miss my minor perk so much. Junker Queen, I was surprised when I found out, but apparently Junker Queen is home to one of my hottest takes in the game, which is the Battle Shout minor perk is so much better than the Rampage perk in like 90% of situations. Are you swinging? I just walk that, Loki? Probably not. I think if Domina doesn't have this shove, how long is Domina's push CD? I just haven't played against Domina that much recently. I felt like I had a window there, but I didn't really want to risk it. Why is my perk select not bound? And why does... What happened to me? What happened to me? What happened to me? What was that fight? Why is my HUD keep disappearing? I'm not hitting ulti. Okay, well, what's going on? Don't res me, Mercy, please. Hero. Is perk select not bound by default? Interface? What? Why is alt? Oh, alt is... What? Why? How does that happen? I have no idea how that happens, actually. It was fine for like every other hero too. I've never ran into that issue. Okay, well, that trolled second. Oh well. Go sick? No. I hate how much people blame hero choices for, like, it's just people's mentalities about hero swaps and how, like, they can win games. Yes, hero swapping to the right rock paper scissors hero will make games easier, but that doesn't make you a better player. This is something I've been experimenting with. I've been picking Willy over the Axe perk, and it's honestly felt a lot better. I find myself struggling with the Axe perk frequently. Oh, I love movement. I love having decent movement. I think that's one of the videos that I'm going to be most passionate to make. I think on my to-do list is going to go like coaching video, everything like a player would need to know about coaching and coaches, and how like coaching, how to get into coaching if you want to be one, etc. just a coaching video in general. I'm gonna make like a what Paris Trap is about video and sort of what I value in team play. What I believe creates winning teams. Oh, a little more heals. Damn. And then after the coaching video and then the face it or Paris Trap video, I will be making that's probably when I'll do probably aim and then movement. Though I do think movement is a little bit more important than aim most of the time. Good movement can help good aim. Do I need the ult? Yeah, I've just been kind of holding on to my ult because I just haven't felt like I really needed it to win. Yeah. Now that I actually can use it properly. That left ult being bad was so strange. Nice. Excited for the coaching one so you can do better for your college? That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm really happy about the coaching one. Oh yeah, I need to respond to the editor for that one. Thank you for the follow, Nemif. Go play 6 so we can win. Yeah, I think there are two things that bother me in ranked, or just about people's approach to ranked. It's just like, you don't have control over what others do. Accepting that is going to be much better for your own enjoyment and improvement, as well as it challenges you. It is a restriction, it's a limitation that pushes you to your highest levels as a player. If you are thinking actively, okay, if that guy's doing that, how can I still win? I believe that asking yourself that question is going to be what prompts you to become the best player you can. Rather than trying to get someone else to change, it's just because it's an easier route. It's something outside of your control, but to become a really good player, you need to consistently find enough value to see the victory screen no matter what's going on. And sometimes you can ask somebody to swap and they will, but it's not what I personally value in improvement. As well as the second thing, I just hate how much people value the hero choices. They're not like, I'll say it a lot in the Paris Trap video, but like, I believe that people overvalue hero choices in this game. They are significant, they are they're important, but a player's skill and execution is going to be what I believe to just be more valuable to hone in general. It doesn't, like, my team is really good. My team, Paris Trap, very good team. We're all like champ. I think the lowest member of our team, or lowest rank on our team, is like champ 3-ish. Like, I think yeah, I think Bloom hasn't gotten top 10 yet, but I think everyone else has. But Bloom is still, I think Bloom is amazing. They're awesome. They're super awesome. Like, my team is really good, but they're like, despite us being like really good, we could go up against like 5 like top level OWCS players as we are now. Despite like it just being like champ 2 to champ 2 or champ 1 level like lobbies, the difference in skill, the enemy, like the top like OWCS players could play literally any heroes that they want and they would stomp us. The difference in skill is just immense between like the core like players. It doesn't matter like the comps, because if they're just better, they're just better. Strategy just kind of falls apart in the face of just sheer execution. And I think that a lot of players recognize that and understand that, where people, it's really common in sort of competitive environments that go, oh, well, we weren't supposed to win that match. Grr, that pisses me off. But I think while people can recognize that and understand that like a good player will just win no matter what they're on, people don't ask themselves, how do you get to that point? How do people become good players? You don't become a good player by constantly taking the easy route, by constantly going by constantly sort of like swapping to hog anytime things get a little bit bad in rank. Like, it's just not, it's not conducive to improvement. The best players are the ones who are obsessed with being better, obsessed with just like winning. And eventually, the best players are the ones that come to the conclusion or realize, man, counter swapping is not enough for me to just win every game. I need to just be better in a lot of different ways. My execution just needs to be better. Even if it's across a bunch of different heroes, some players still value flexibility, and it is definitely a source of value and the strength that one can play for. Flexibility can be very, very, very important. But I believe that it's currently overvalued in the landscape of NA Overwatch. And I don't like how the sentiment of just kind of perma swap to make things easier is pushed for in ranked all the time. Since I've never ever had an issue, unless like a hero's value, like if a hero is just significant, like weak straight up, or I suck at a hero, which it does have. There are some heroes I suck at. Well, comparative to other ones. Like, unless it's one of those two things, I've never had an issue one trick into like champ. Like, it doesn't matter. Like how, like I could still one trick like Cat Bastion is in the game. Cassidy is strong in the game right now. There's a lot of sort of things that make Winston really, really, really difficult in the game right now, but I still feel pretty damn confident that I could one-trick Winston up to like Champ 3, Champ 2 right now. Even though the matchups for him, or like the heroes that are strong right now are bad matchups for Winston. It doesn't matter if your execution is just insane. Prime example for you is Lunex because they're literally top 4 in NA on whatever the hell Zeb decides to play. You know, literally. You need to let your players have their sort of creative freedom. If you don't, then I think that that's just limiting your team's value significantly. Oh, actually, memory unlocks for Junker Queen. Oh, I miss one trick in this hero. Queen is so much fun. They used to be like one of my like default heroes that I'd play in ranked. I did not go SIG, and take a look at that. We won. How did I do on my goals? My mechanics were mid. My positioning was mid. Yeah, okay. Kind of an unsuccessful game for me, but a fine starting point for today's session. No, you have to play Lucier King. I'm gonna call the police on you. I'm gonna call the FBI on you. I'm sending a nuke to your house if you don't go. If you don't go Tracer right now. It's just people. If people ask themselves the question of like, how do you win? Straight up, how do you capture the objective best? In the long term, how do you increase your win rate at capturing the objective? Seeing the victory screen more than anyone else. The answer is not going to be like often, or if you're at least competing, the answer isn't going to be throughout history or through the teams that are succeeding. If you want to take example from teams, it's not going to be just follow the meta, do what the right answer is all the time. It's not been that. Every team that's pulled off upsets, every team that's actually climbed through the path to pro system, the ranked ladder, has found something that works for them. They've done something first. They've caught on to an idea first. If there are teams that climb using the meta, it's because they actually started doing it way earlier than other people believed in it. Look at Mouse 5, for example. They caught on to Cap Bastion very, very, very early in last season's Expert, and they started grinding it. They started just turbo, like, they put in a ton of time and resources and energy into Cap Bastion to get really good at it, because that's what they believed in, despite what, like, the pros weren't really, like, playing it yet. It was like a thing in, like Masters League somewhere, like I think like in Asia region's Master League, but it wasn't in like OWCS. It wasn't at the tippity top yet, but they still started playing it. And I'm not gonna lie, I said the Cat Bastion from the moment Cat dropped, I said Cat Bastion would be meta, and I said that if we wanted like super duper win everything forever, we could just start practicing it right here and now. And then my team didn't believe me, and then I got to laugh at all of them. Because my meta predictions, pretty damn good. They've been pretty damn good for the past, like, I think year and a half now. I don't think I've had a miss so far in that span. Well, because also, I just have a lot of issues with Overwatch, like, how Overwatch players view the game. And I understand why. It's because this is a micro-based game. It is an intuitive-based game. So that means that strategy is slightly less valuable, especially nowadays with heroes like Malga being an option. Heroes like Malga make it so that execution is easier. Big plays are easier. It's easier to take the game into your hands when everybody is super. It's much, much, much easier to play for a wide variety of different ideas, so that proper strategy isn't actually looked at that intensely by the majority of players. You'll see in a lot of different esports and sort of any sort of like competitive field where strategy is very highly valued, because it is going to be like a really important it's going to be a really important aspect for a lot of teams winning and growth. If you take a look at Hearthstone theory, or no, not Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, like strategic theory, fucking insane. It's so sick. League of Legends, Dota 2, all of these games that have like countless papers written up about their strategies that are all so interesting and applicable to nearly every single other like they're applicable to so like esports, straight up, like fucking like Art of War even. Fuck it, who even gaps? Let's bring ancient China into the mix. There are so many things that like inspire these like amazing strategies and papers that win in other esports, but because Overwatch has been really execution based for the majority of Overwatch 2, it's fallen out, and people just kind of like the LARP strategy nowadays, at least in NA. Because NAs, I think, like couldn't come up with like really winning ideas for a long period of time. They kind of fell into the path of like, that's dead. Coming up with our own ideas is dead. We can't think of our own ideas, so let's just copy Korea. And it sucks, and it sucks so much, because it's just, I don't think that the approach was amazing. I think people just gave up too soon. There's so much to be learned about this game. There's so much theory that goes into it, but I feel like we're afraid to find it. And that makes me sad, because I love this game, bro. I want to see this game succeed. I want to see its competitive scene thrive and be happy, and I want everyone to be able to come up with their own ideas on how they can win the game, their own ideas on what's valuable, what strategies they want to play for, how they want to approach the game as a team, and then clash that against others, instead of seeing who can just perfect the meta best, who can execute the meta the best. I think that that's not competing, man. Like it could be like, yeah, it's a form of competing, but it's not. For a game as complicated as Overwatch, I think that it's just training wheels. Wait not for battle, rather strike when the turret form is down. Sun Tzu, yep, type shit. Yeah, the concept of cat is crazy. Soldier pick made us adapt, but he stayed on for like too long. I'm catching up with chat, I babbled for a while. My team flamed me for... Yeah, bro, it's sick. Also, thank you for the follow, Bomb Chew Bunny. That's a sick ass name. I love Bomb Chews. I used to speedrun Ocarina of Time. It's helping you with your essay in a weird sense. Awesome. You need a reason to procrastinate. Evie, what are your thoughts on Overwatch if it ever became 6v6? That's my home. I grew up, most of my person was kind of formed through Overwatch 1 6v6. When I played Overwatch, or when I played 6v6 finally for the first time earlier this year, all I could feel is incredible waves of nostalgia. I believe 6v6 is probably the best form for competitive Overwatch. I do not think it is healthy for the game in a casual sense long term. I think that because of the nature of how 6v6 is and there being another player on the field, it feels much more steamrolly. It feels much more difficult to actually feel like you have a lot of impact on the game. Oh, that's a micro I want to fix. I just need to be taking more time with my shots. I love the idea of 6v6. I think there'd need to be a lot of work. There'd need to be a lot of balancing work put in with the current heroes in the game. Mauga should not be. I just, yeah, there's just a little bit too much power spread for 6v6 at the moment. Though with utility being a little bit better in 6v6, maybe it'd be okay because heroes like Sombra would become more viable. Bro, she does so much damage. Oh, I'm still adjusting my shots too much. My eyes just locked in. I'm good now. They say copingly. Gulp. There we go. And then I instantly start rushing my shots again. Oh my god, hit anything! I'm happy with my positioning though. I'm taking my fights well. Am I shooting my gun well? Who knows? But there's one aspect of my goal that I'm improving on. Zelda games are your favorite, Overwatch the other favorite too? Yeah, I love Zelda games. I really love speedrunning Ocarina. Okay, I did not like speedrunning most categories of Ocarina of Time, but I really like speedrunning Ocarina of Time Bingo. Bingo is awesome. I just really... I get bored studying for a test. I get bored trying to hone my execution and finding like the best like... I get really, really bored when there's a right answer. I was really good at tests in school, It was the only way I was able to pass high key for the majority of my school year. I get really bored of right answers, and when I was speedrunning Ocarina of Time, I was trying to learn any percent for a while, and then I did it for a few times. I learned how wrong warps worked, and I'm like, okay, this is boring. And then I did all dungeons, which was cooler. All dungeons is way cooler in Ocarina of Time. But again, it's still like there's an optimal route, there's a really good route, and while you do have to adapt of things that happen in RNG that you get, and like sort of like movement or like attack patterns of like bosses and whatnot, it's for the most part like it's still pretty solved. It's just kind of execution based. But I loved Bingo because Ocarina of Time has so much expression with how you can actually do things. There are so many sort of like breaks or script breaks that you can have, and you can do things out of order so easily. The freedom of getting a unique challenge every single run and then utilizing your knowledge of the game and your technical execution of all of your abilities to find your best path towards bingo, which the bingo line you choose, is so cool. It's so cool. I loved speedrunning Ocarina of Time bingo. But they seem pretty insane. Yeah, it breaks the game a lot. It's part of the human condition, yeah. You're frustrated when you're not good, so maybe tasking fits you better. That's fair. I was thinking about tasking. I just don't think I have the patience for tasking. That was your Ocarina of Time? That's awesome. You love watching speedruns a lot? Yeah, I really get it. Like I fall asleep to like games done quick or like SGDQ or AGDQ pretty frequently. It's like one of the background noises I put on. It's just games I like. I like to see what the speedruns are looking like for those games. But my absolute favorite ones, I can never speedrun myself unless it has a random element to it. I know, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I got clocked. There was some tier list. There was a player, or there was a thing floating around on like Overwatch or competitive Overwatch Twitter that was a tier list maker of all of the players in expert or in the expert division or expert league for Face It. And normally I don't stand by that. I don't think that's really good for the game's health or competitive health or players' health to make like sort of try to rank things even like quote unquote objectively. It just gets into people's heads. I don't think that's very healthy for competition. But a lot of people, I really like how they took it and they just made it based off of a joke. There was one person who made like a tier list based off of like how things would go in a Minecraft server. If they hosted a Minecraft server, who would be doing what? Like there would be like the griefers tier, there would be like they would go mining and then never be seen again tier. I got put in the they suck at Minecraft tier, or they probably suck at Minecraft tier. I won't lie, I got clocked. I got clocked. I grew up on Minecraft. I put a lot of time into Minecraft. I got clocked. I don't. Maybe I missed a memo or something, but everybody is so much better at Minecraft than me. It's crazy. It's crazy because we suck at Minecraft. Well, thank you. Like I can build. I like building, and I used to be good at mining. It feels so much as like back in my day, I used to be good at these things. But like nowadays, it's like, what the fuck? People have just gotten so good. I stopped playing before like the Nether update. So like before like bastions were added to the game. So like a long ass time ago is when I stopped playing. So there's just all this new shit, and there's so much known about the game, and people have gotten like so good at PvP with their shields and their axes and whatnot. I'm not even gonna lie, I got smoked in like 1.16 PvP as well. I got smoked. I only knew how to fishing rod. I didn't know how to do like block jumps and water buckets and all. I just knew how to use a fishing rod. I should probably not queue support. That's not conducive to what I really want to be focusing on. Yeah, crystal PvP. It's probably the experience that like my grandma has when I'm trying to like say anything about like how her phone works. People will try to explain like what's going on in Minecraft nowadays, and back in my day we had a fishing rod and we could hold blocks with our swords. We didn't need no god dang shield. Like it's just I'm way behind. I'm way behind. I've never gone to an end city. I've never I don't even know what I don't know. I just suck at Minecraft, bro. But I do watch a good bit of Minecraft speedruns, and I think that if I ever had the time, if I ever like sat down and like learned the game again, I would love speedrunning Minecraft. That would be something I'd absolutely adore. I would absolutely love to speedrun Minecraft. That's my jam. That seems my jam. Soup PvP swap, yeah, exactly. Bionato is such a good passer for the community too. But I'll learn Minecraft one day. Probably. Maybe, probably. Yeah, probably. But for now, should I learn cat? I think my teammates would be mad at me if I picked cat. It's okay. This is kind of a throwaway. I guess I could practice what I want to on BAP. Alari. BAP, it's BAP. I'll play BAP. 3-tap block hit PvP, yeah. Bro, I think that speedrunning Minecraft is really, really sick. It's everything that I want. Managing a ridiculous amount of RNG, figuring out your path to still see the same goal over and over again despite whatever is going on in the game. I think that is sick. That's my kind of shit. That's how I view ranked. That's why I like roguelike so much. Before I started the YouTube channel, I actually played a lot of PvP Balatro. I wanted to get really, really good at PvP Balatro. And it really kind of cemented in my head of like how I view Overwatch ranked as well. Because I kept drawing parallels where you load into a ranked game, you don't know what your teammates are gonna do, what heroes are gonna pick, what the enemy's heroes are gonna pick. And it's up to you. You are the factor to adjust to everything that's going on to actually make whatever your goal is happen. And you need to compare what you value, what you want to be doing and how you want to be doing it to other people to see who can get more value, who has the better process of finding the victory screen. I think that's super, super sick, and I love Overwatch Rank so much. I think it's awesome. It's so cool. But I know a lot of people view it in different lenses or different ways. Though I haven't actually like heard that much of like how other people sort of like approach rank themselves. I think that most people just play it, which is fine. You don't need to have like a philosophy behind what you do. If you enjoy something, if you know that you enjoy something, that's all you need. I like knowing the whys behind what I enjoy, because I just like knowing myself more, and being able to know myself more means that I can communicate my thoughts better and allows me to be a better teacher in the future, which I know is my end goal. Because I know deep down in my bones, once I could actually start forming like coherent like thoughts, I knew that like, yeah, my end state, my final form is going to be in front of a whiteboard of a classroom. That's always just felt kind of right to me. So I need to make sure that I can continue to know myself and articulate my thoughts well so that I can properly find the best path for teaching any topic. Lifeweaver OTP. How do we feel about Lifeweaver here? I could Lifeweaver here, I suppose. Might be better. I don't mind BAP. I'm actually struggling to find the open space on the map because we're just like, well, we're not split, but we're not stacked either. It's really weird. I feel quite suffocated in this game. Bro. Yo, Lucy was just aura farming and took all my attention. I think I'll swap here. Maybe a Zen. I think Moira is good with this comp. I don't know why they're complaining about Moira. BAP, man, I understand why they'd want something different. I could try Zen, I suppose. I don't know how the Zen versus Domina matchup is. It's either really good or really terrible. I'd imagine leaning a little more towards the terrible side. I just need to play my lurks very, very well and take good fights. Yeah, like Cassie knows what I want to do. How would I win this game? The answer is Kiriko. How would I win this game on Zenyatta? Or I think it's just a lot of flanks, finding good timings onto to get angles on their backline. Like now? Yes, because they have Lucio, they have some ability. Oh, but we did swap Bash. I could probably just play through frontline now. Zen is so much fun. Oh, yo, thank you so much for the sub, playing the Autumn. I appreciate it. I just saw. Thank you so much. Zen is one of the heroes that I want to properly see, like, how far I can actually get on. I want to see how high, like, a one-trick account on Zen would get. I feel like without shield, I just win the 1v1 against Domina for the most part. Oh, I don't really want to step that. I think that's okay. Play a bunch of support on the roster until you realize that you have the most fun in life. That's awesome! No, deadass, that's exactly what to do! Oh, that makes me so happy. The one thing when I made the video about, I wanted to just get like a good entry to Overwatch video, basically. Or like what I believe, like if somebody's like first trying to like start out in ranked or like trying to like start like an improvement, like arc. Like I made a video sort of talking about what I thought was the most important topic to learn about. And it's like the core idea that I have, I feel very strongly about, of just like, if you want like best thing to like get good at this game is just like one trick straight up. Just one trick a hero. I wish I think that for the most part that video was pretty well, I'm pretty happy with how I made that video, but I do wish I went into a bit more detail on how to find the hero to one trick. I said like generally just like try out a bunch of different things and like see how it feels, but I wish that I talked a little bit more about it. Yo, thank you so much for the subs, Taskamoka and Human Being. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That is awesome. I'm gonna make sure. Well, I don't know. I'm happy that the video got out. I should be happy that the video got out. Main issue that I have with like any sort of like creation or like uploading or basically making content at the moment, why my uploads on YouTube have been a little bit inconsistent for the past month, is I struggle pretty bad with like sort of like perfectionism or like I really want to make sure that I'm satisfied with whatever I make before I like upload it, or before like it's good enough. So then I keep working on it, I keep working on it, I keep working on it, and then to the point where it's never good enough, and it never comes out. I have like probably 7 scripts, like almost fully written, but I haven't actually like made into videos yet, because like I wanted to change things, or I wanted to add more or something. It's something I've been talking a lot about with my therapist. Oh right, that's in a few hours. Okay. But at some point I just have a sticky note like on my monitor. Also, super duper crazy tech. If you want to focus on anything in specific in Overwatch, put a sticky monitor. Like write it down on a sticky note and put it like on the edge of your monitor. It's crazy OP. But I have it on a sticky note. It just says, just hit the upload button. Just upload it. Because if I keep trying to get everything perfect on like the first try, like I'm never actually going to improve. I'm never going to be able to get to the reflection process. I'll have the idea, I'll try to execute it, but if I can never reflect, then I can never actually like move on. Hype train, woohoo! Please serve subs after budget making content. Thank you. I want to be making. I'm excited for more Faces stuff. I really want to see if I can strike the balance between like entertaining and educational soon. That's like my next sort of like focal point. If anyone has watched like I wanna find something a little bit similar to like I want to strike maybe in the balance of like a Mark Rober or like Michael Reeves type beat, where they have like their sort of like gimmick, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to create, but then they also talk about like how they did it, like the theory behind it, the science behind it. For Michael Reeves, it's like the coding. I really just like coding. I learned when I was younger. I tried a bunch of things. To see like what do I really want to pour my time into, what am I really passionate about. Coding was one of the things I actually tried a good bit. I put a lot of time into coding. I learned the basics of most of the coding languages at the time. So I learned like I learned C++, I learned Python, I learned JavaScript, because Minecraft lol. One other that I'm forgetting. And I realized after I put in a bunch of effort, man, I hate this. This sucks. This is not for me. I don't have the patience for it. I don't like the process of creating. And the ideas that I'm able to actually use coding for is like aren't crazy super duper appealing to me in the first place. The execution isn't fun. The ideas aren't like ridiculously appealing to me. So I decided to just sort of drop it. There's a lot of things that. Sorry, hold on, there's a lot in this fight. Oh, I thought they died to like a mine or something. Can I get up here? Darn. Alright. Just say for real estate exams, just put a bunch of sticky notes about studying on the doors. Yeah, it's so nice to just be able to put like reminders everywhere, because I mean just continuously reminding your brain of something like decreases the workload of like everything else like going on in your brain, so you can actually like focus on like learning it. It's so nice to just have constant reminders. That's what like I recommend, even if like a player isn't like super passionate about coaching and they just want to improve their own gameplay, I still recommend them to like do coaching, go coach other people as well, because it's a reminder. You have to like VOD review someone or to coach someone or give them advice. You have to formulate your own process and remind yourself of what you are doing that works, so that you are able to continue to execute it more. The idea is back into your head in clear like words. And it's really, really, really useful to continue actually like performing well. But what I was saying earlier, coding. I was decent at coding. I picked it up pretty fast, but I just hated it so much. And that was the case for a lot of things. I think that the one thing that I'm like actually proud of like little me for was I was good at a lot of different things, and I could have pursued a lot of different things, but I decided to pursue the one thing that I just sucked at, but I loved with all of my heart. Like I sucked at video games. I just like straight up compared to like other things, like I was a good athlete, I was a good student. Well, I could learn in school. I was not a good student. But I'm so happy that I realized that I just love I love the ideas behind games. I love the execution playing games. And I just like thinking about video games. Even if I sucked at it, that I decided to just like put my all into it. And hard work can get you pretty damn far. I'm quite happy with where I am now. But like in my friend group when I was like little or growing up, everyone was like better at games than me for a while. But then I just kept playing, and I kept playing, and I kept playing, and then I became like the like game winner. I'd be the one winning like the like friendly Smash matches and like friend get-togethers and whatnot. And it was so satisfying to feel the gratification of like hard work. Not gratification, the payoff of hard work. It's so sick. I think that it's really, really important, and it's one of the main things that I always push for in every single one of like my like sort of Theory Thursday videos or like my main mantras. I really believe that people need to find what's enjoyable for them. Like not necessarily what works, not what's proven, not what's the right answer, but what is good to you. What is fun for you. And I believe that if you have good enough execution of your passion, of your ideas, you can make things work. You can make a living work. Like my like I'm really fortunate now. Based off of the skills that I learned from playing video games, I can sustain myself decently well. And same with my sister. My sister is a good bit older than me. But with what I did with video games, my sister did with music. She just kind of put her all into like creating music and whatnot. And now we're both able to just sort of like live through our passions. Even though neither of them are exactly like the correct or sort of structured way of doing things. We're both college dropouts. Though I do plan on going back to college. I plan on getting quite a few. I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in school. Just now is not the moment for me. I could go back to college now. When I went, I was not in the best headspace. But I'm in a much better one now.
My throne is where I say it is.
My sister beat you in every fighting game for several years and would mess with me until we're older. Now we're kind of even. She's really like Third Strike. I can beat my sister in most games now, but they whoop my ass in Melee. They still like compete and grind Melee. Or I think just most platform fighters they would beat me in. I think traditional fighters we can go pretty even though. FPS games I have. I'm pretty comfortable in FPS games and strategy games. I love Overwatch. Overwatch is so sick. It's so cool. I talk about it a lot. Like this is one of like I go on this rant a lot, but it always just pops into my head because I think it's so cool. But it's awesome how transferable the concepts and ideas in Overwatch are to like almost every other game and like other things. Where if you ever notice like a lot of new games that come out, if they aren't like super specific genres, like a fighting game or a if they aren't like fighting games or like racing games or so whatnot, if they aren't like super like specified or like niche genres, if it's a competitive game, almost pretty damn consistently, Overwatch players are almost always at the top of the leaderboards. Which I think is fucking awesome. It's because Overwatch just covers everything. It's such an amalgamate of a ton of different concepts and ideas, and to be good at Overwatch, you have to improve yourself in so many different ways that all of those skills become transferable to like a wide variety of different games. And I think it's awesome. You learn how to develop like your sort of understanding of strategy. You understand how to approach making a plan to win. You have to hone your execution of that plan significantly to make sure that you are actually able to like follow through on whatever vision you had. You need to be able to actually like communicate with, well, you can develop the skills to communicate with others, optional, to get good at Overwatch, but it is still a very big source of value. There are just so many different sources of value in Overwatch. No! That, like, you just learn so much. There's so many transferable concepts and ideas, and it shows every time there's a new game that drops, and Overwatch players who are just like pro Overwatch players who just like say, yeah, I'm kind of bored of this game, they can just go be a pro at a different game. They just go do that, and it's so awesome because this game is fucking hard and complicated, and there's so many different ways that you can be good, and if you get good at a lot of the different ways that you can be good, you just are good at games. You're good at breaking down and solving problems and executing big plays. It's just so cool, man. Overwatch is sick. Do I have my minor break? Yes, I do. Is it normal for someone to be stuck at a certain rank with around 500, 600 hours for the game? Yeah. Yeah, you can be stuck at a rank no matter like hours that you have on the game do not determine like kind of anything. You can have a gazillion hours of this game or on this game and like either go, you could like be stuck at a certain rank. I beat myself up a lot for, like, I've been competing for a really long time, and now there are people who are just starting to compete or whatnot that, like, I would view as, like, better than me, or, like, they've, like, surpassed me in skill, and I can say that kind of, like, objectively looking at, like, or comparing gameplay, that they were better at the game than me. And I struggle with that a lot, because I put in so much more time and energy, and, like, I studied, like, a lot more, but in the end, competitive games is testing your process. It's testing your abilities, and there are a lot of different ways to approach developing one's process and one's abilities in a way that makes it so that hours is like, raw hours are valuable. They are a valuable aspect in a tool to develop your skills in something, but they are not the only source of value. They're not the only thing that's absolutely needed. While they are important, they are not needed. So it depends a lot on sort of asking yourself, like, how do I want to go about developing myself? Can I find the process that will work for me? And holding yourself to your own standards. I believe that one of the biggest sort of issues, or one of the biggest pitfalls that people can fall into for competitive games, or just things in general, is comparing themselves to success of others. Especially for a competitive game, if you're constantly comparing yourself to the success of others, instead of focusing on what's best for you, how you can accomplish whatever goal you have, if you lose your focus on how you can do that and what you want to do in order to be the best version or the best competitor, best version of yourself, best competitor you can be, etc., etc., etc. It becomes much harder to enjoy the process of playing the game when you're trying to hold yourself to other people's values. Some people do value hours and think that if you have a gazillion hours, you should be the best in the world. Other people say like if most of those hours that you have like playing the game like weren't spent with the idea of like improvement or trying to be the absolute best that you can be in mind, then why would you flame yourself for being the absolute best that you can be, or for not being the absolute best that you can be when you put in all the hours, if that's not what you were valuing in that time? I don't like Jetpack Cat. Yeah, getting stuck in ranks is very, very understandable. It's very, very normal. It is super okay. Though it's very easy to say, very difficult to implement. But I encourage those who are able to look at being stuck in a rank as like, to try to be excited by it. Because it means that if you're able to find like one core improvement to your process, that you can start to just like shoot up. It means a lot of people don't a lot of people would get upset at this, but the MMR system, the elo system in Overwatch and a lot of games is pretty damn good. The core foundation of an elo system where go up if win, go down if lose, means that the people who are going to win more will have a higher number. The people who are going to win more are going to be able to climb the ranks. And that fundamental idea is a skill rating. It's a skill rating. It's testing you. Ranked is a test to see how well you can see the victory screen consistently. So I encourage those who find themselves sort of stuck at a rank to get excited to try to find that one change they can make to that process to break out of that cycle, to break out of that loop. Look for their ideas, try to execute the ideas that they have to the best of their abilities, find what they would want to change about their process to make them into the best player that they can be. And if you are playing in a way that you really enjoy, in a way that you value, that's okay. Everybody will play a game for different reasons. Everyone will have different values when they queue up into an Overwatch game, and I think it's important to recognize that, where if you know that you want to be like, if you want a one-trick Junkrat, and go for some crazy aggressive like flick plays, you want to like send people up into the skybox and then shoot them out of the sky with your slow ass projectile, that's how you want to play. That's what's fun to you about the game, and you want to see how good you can get at that. A skill rating could be helpful for that. That could be like helpful for your goal. It doesn't have to be, if you want to play the game in a specific way because that specific way is enjoyable to you, if you understand that's what you're about, the skill rating can be helpful to sort of like guide you in a way of improving that way of playing. It's okay to not play completely optimally. It's okay to put restrictions on yourself if you enjoy those restrictions. You don't have to do everything in your absolute power to try to like super duper win if that's not what's enjoyable to you. This is a game in the end. This is a game. Some people will have the value of really, really wanting to win. No matter what, you need to be on the right hero, you need to be on the optimal path, the optimal comp, blah, 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 whatever. That doesn't have to be everybody. That doesn't have to be your goal. Now, I know a lot of people will get upset at me for, or a lot of people could get upset at me for expressing this sentiment, because now I'm basically encouraging players to not play the game in the way that they see is right, or not playing the competitive game in the way that they think is like the way a competitive game should be played. But if somebody's trying to win still, I don't care how they're trying to do it. As long as somebody's trying to win in a competitive game, they're still competing. You know? They're still trying to use their process, their values to see the victory screen. Maybe they want to do it in an unorthodox way, but that's fine. They still want to get better. So why should I impede that with my own values? I think it's just silly. I think that a lot of people's lack of enjoyment from social or multiplayer games comes from the lack of ability to like understand or believe in another. I think that people focus on others too much because they're afraid to look at themselves oftentimes. Sorry, I rewatched End of Eva yesterday in theaters, so I suppose that kind of is on the mind. Oh, I don't want to get ran down by the Roadhog. They heard that and they did not care. You play quick play because you thought you needed to play a lot. Need a lot to play ranked forever. Chance of watching people play ranked and it's like, you know what, it's doable, yeah. Or people like ranked only has as much value as you put into it. It can only be as scary as you put into it. And a lot of people will encourage you to take it super duper seriously, but taking something seriously looks different for everybody. Some people think that I'm like the worst player ever. My team is like trolling or a drunk team because we play weird comp, because we play Brig, Wu Yang, Wrecking Ball. People think that we're trolling. People think that we're not taking it seriously. We're drunk. Literally. Because we experiment. We try to find what works for us. It's not traditional. We don't align with the majority of the competitive scene's values, but we're fucking winning! But we are winning! There is not a right way to play the game. There's not a right way to experience something. You need to do what feels right to you. And that's what I hope to actually, that's the sentiment that I hope to push for in the Overwatch scene. That's the main thing that really upsets me among the competitive players of this game. And I hope for more people to see it the way that I do. And I hope to accomplish that through the success of my Face It team and my content. Yeah. Oh, I need to make the movement video, bro. I love good movement. I'm down to fight this hog. I'm no longer down to fight this. Bro, End of Eva is so good. I was really nervous, unironically, like going into like that movie theater. I was scared that, like, beforehand, I considered like Evangelion like one of the two media or like pieces of media in the world that I would call like a masterpiece. I was scared that like on a rewatch I wouldn't be able to call it a masterpiece anymore. But damn, it only cemented the feeling. Like that is a masterpiece. Not everyone will think so. It is an extremely uncomfortable mirror. Watching that show is and that movie is, it's a reflection, and not everyone likes reflections. Loading in, I was nervous and gear, yeah, legit, bro. I had ranked anxiety for the movies. What the hell? What if I ult? What if I just ult? Oh, at least you had that same thought. This game is really hard. Are you talking about this rank game I'm playing right now, or just Overwatch in general? Overwatch is really hard. Sick ass game though. Overwatch in general, yeah. I'm saying this specific rank game, not too sure. But yeah, Overwatch in general, very hard game. Very, very fun game. I like this game a lot. I said that I consider two things a masterpiece, by the way. One is Evangelion, the other one's Tetris. Tetris is such a good game.
Snow here is quite mild compared to the ice caps back home.
Enjoyable though, you enjoy dive tanks, especially Winston and D.Va. Yeah, they're so much fun.
The knife's called Gracie. The axe is Carnage.
So rewarding to when you're able to apply lessons you've learned in past losses. Yes, true. It's so fun to like figure things out, like change like an idea or an execution, and then find the result that you're looking for. Oh my gosh, I just love it so much. I love improving a process and giving others the tools to do so themselves. I love my minor perk that everyone hates. The battle shout. I'm honestly the Queen Major perks. I can go either way. I was a life like Axe lifesteal believer for a very long time, but then I saw like how much it actually gets like turbo nerfed against like damage reduction or armor, and how much damage over time, like over the course of a game, Willy Willy actually just does so much damage and opens up a lot of opportunities. And with so much sustain in the game, lowering thresholds with more damage when you hit a knife is really, really, really nice to actually guarantee or secure kills much more consistently. As well as, for like, even if you miss a knife, the additional 30% impact damage, like when it's recalled, now it's doing what, 45 basically. It's insane. It's like really, really nice. Like if you're doing, that's not just like, it's 45 damage across the, like everybody who you pull it through, which can add up very, 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 very quickly.
Beat me. Like hell you will.
Well, I hear music. No, watching Haikyuu and read Blue Lock, but maybe you can stand to watch Eva again. Oh, I'm catching up with Blue Lock now. I was watching Haikyuu with some friends, but yeah, that life got busy, I suppose. I could all, do I want to? Probably. I think I can just look to walk on the point here. I think for the most part I've been pretty decent about my goals. My mechanics are feeling pretty decent. And the fights that, well, I can just kind of 1v1 the majority of people on their team. So the fights that I'm taking aren't too bad. I'm not getting poked out pre-fight that often. Let me put this on. That'll be okay. I just like cat hit scans. Cat vibes or cat flying noon. Oh, I didn't. Oh, Q goal failed. be able to kill that Roadhog. But I held the point. Knife. That's rude, Roadhog. Oh, I'm dead as hell. Jetpack has so funny because they somehow made her shooting noise just slightly annoying enough to mirror what actual cat would do. Often reminds me of cats trying to wake me up and sleeping too long. Yeah. Yeah, no, the noise. Honestly, I get confused with the noise a lot. Maybe it's just because they're like still somewhat newer. But I mistake it for like other heroes sometimes. Got my touch. Yo, thank you so much for the sub. CCCOS moo. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. It's a game 1. How far back in the blue lock am I? I do not know the chapter number. They just... It's against the guy... It's against the guy that wants to be... it's against Loki. The fast guy. It's against the fast guy. That like just started. Cowboy Cat 666 strikes again. Shout out Cowboy Cat. I should probably... Oh, I already am. Just kidding. DPS tank. So they first me first or second time? Second time in the World Cup. That's you? Yeah, that seemed like a celerity name. I was wondering when you typed in chat. Cowboy Cat has arrived once more. Oh, this time we're DPS duos. Holy moly. Yo, thank you for the follow, Jir out. This game really good? Yeah, I believe it. I think, especially as I start to focus on myself as a player a lot, I think it'd be good to rewatch some Blue Lock. Or catch up on Blue Lock, and as well as rewatch it. No, okay, that's like one thing. That's one piece of media. Whoever I'm not like a big like celebrity person or anything. I never want to get like an autograph or like meet someone really. I like when people create things, and I enjoy. I'm a fan of a lot of things, but rarely do I like focus on like the people behind the creations. Blue Lock? I need to talk to that guy. Whoever made Blue Lock, whoever like wrote Blue Lock, I want to know their story so bad because that guy knows competition so well. Like they were really, really, really good at something. I don't know what they were really good at. Probably soccer or football, but oh my god, no, that guy knows it. Like they know the improvement process so well. They know competition. It's kind of ridiculous how good Blue Lock is. How would I rank roles based on my enjoyment and experience? That is really, really, really hard because I really, really, really like all of the roles in the game. Man, how would I? I usually queue different roles for like different like sort of things that I want usually. Cassie's band. What else would help with my goal? No one that's good. I guess Tracer. What you go think of there's individuality more than like, oh, I'm an egoist, so you gotta be good and ego everyone. Yeah, it's definitely. I think it's definitely misunderstood. I think my enjoyment. I love Lucio. I think the main support, I really enjoy like more main support based heroes. Or I enjoy the main support role, but it's high key carried by Lucio. Oh, I have no hands. Get down from there! I think that main support... it's just Lucio, man. Like, Lucio's the most fun hero in the game, but I think main support's my least enjoyed role. But I still really do like it. I really like playing Brig. I like playing Mercy's like a Kraft mac and cheese, where I'll be craving to play Mercy like once every few months. And like when I do play it in that like once every few months period, it like hits. But then like, then the craving's gone for a while. But tank is what I've played the most by far. And it has very high highs and very, very low lows. What I love about tank is that it's just insanely visible. And that's what made me role swap from main support to tank in the first place, is the idea. I role swapped from main support to tank when Reinhardt, it was like a super Reinhardt meta in Overwatch 1. And that's where like the phrase like MTD, or like running rampant, or like the honorable Reinhardt duels, etc. That's kind of like the period in which I swapped to tank. And I loved, and those were like very much a thing because main tank was just such a visible role. If your main tank was better than the other guy, the entire lobby felt it. Everybody saw like what the exchanges that were going on between the Rhines. Like, if you were good, everybody would know it. If you were bad, everybody would know it. And I really like that kind of pressure. Because it pushes me to improve. It holds me accountable to continue to look at my process. I really, really, really like how visible it is. I naturally, habitually sort of take a lot of blame onto myself in a lot of games and situations because I just enjoy improvement, and main tank sort of pressures me to improve a lot, because if your tank's struggling, still now to this day, especially with one tank sometimes, the whole lobby knows. And but for in terms of enjoyment, the role sometimes just fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie. The role is just like when there's a hero like Ram that's overtuned. Fuck. I hate that. Because it's just block slop. Who cares? There's no like, you just are a punching bag sometimes. And it doesn't matter like how good or how mechanical you are, or like how smart. It's just less valuable than like the win con is like sit on the point better than the other guy. And that's not enjoyable for me. So I think tank probably has the highest highs for me, but I think it might also have the no, that's flex CPS. I think flex CPS actually has the highest highs and lowest lows. I could rank heroes. I could rank heroes based on my enjoyment of them. I don't know if I can rank roles. I really, really like. I wish. I've been saying this for such a long time. It's why I do ranked lessons on almost every, like on all roles and almost every hero. It's just because I want to be good at everything. I really like everything in this game. Well, all the roles in this game. I don't like some of the heroes. But it's really I'm struggling a lot to think about roles in terms of my enjoyment or improvement on them, or not improvement, my enjoyment on them. What's the main support and why is Lucio one? Main support is the terms are fading very, very quickly. I wouldn't get caught up on them too much, but usually in organized or team/competitive play, main support and flex support are usually the two determiners of kind of like a general guidelines to see like which support would play what heroes. I'm not sticky, bro. Where a flex support used to be more mechanical, more like demanding, and it would be kind of the support that would like flex around a little bit. And a main support would be the support that you would play in almost every composition, like no matter what. So back in the day, that would just be Lucio, because Lucio was the only source of speed in the game. And speed was kind of an invaluable utility, especially in 6v6. So the main support was the one that would just kind of play the hero, or the hero that would be played kind of at all times. Nowadays it's a lot less, or it's a lot looser, but the terms still kind of like float around because humans are bad at change. Ew. I did make a few fun tier lists of like heroes before, and I think my most accurate one that like so many people agreed with was what I did is I ranked everyone, and then I duplicated Tracer's image and I put a tier at the very top above everyone else in terms of fun, and I said Tracer when you don't get one shot. And then I put a tier at the very bottom below every other enjoyment of every other hero, and I said Tracer when you get one shot. And every single Tracer player gets it so much. When you don't get one shot on Tracer, the hero is just like, it's a drug. Tracer is just so much fun. But when you get one shot, it's just the most miserable, soul-crushing feeling in the world. Do I like Weeing? Yeah, I really like Weeing. Weeing's a bunch of fun. They're not like my go-to support, but I do really enjoy Weeing. I think it's enjoyable in a sense where you can do so much and get punished for so much, so you actually have to think. True. Yeah, I'll make it too. Yeah, I'll do that while we're in queue. Tracer and Mizuki's ban? No, legit. Tracer when you don't get one shot. Tier maker. Oh, gulp. Okay. Oh god, I'm not sharing my screen. Reset. Bang. Alright. Let me hold on, let me actually get this out of the way, maybe. Oh wait, no. Oh, I can do it like this. Because I think it still holds true. I need to do it frame one. It's just a polarizer. Surprised you did stuff for summer. Thank you so much for the anniversaries for the VOD. Never talk with chat, but you always watch or appreciate your content. Yeah. Oh, awesome! Yeah, I'm so glad that the anniversary went well. I'm really glad that you guys are doing so awesome. That's super sick. I'm glad that you enjoyed the content. I'll be hoping to get a lot more out regularly again, and then soon. I think that it's just been like, my ADHD has been kicking my ass. I cannot even lie. So my uploads have been a little bit inconsistent recently. Oh, cast isn't banned. I should practice. I should practice. I should practice. I am playing to improve. I'm not playing for fun. Well, I am playing for fun, but I still have things I need to work on. Which is, I need to take good duels and I need to slow down my shots. Because my mechanical ability is too inconsistent at the moment. They were trying to hit the Wu Yang. That's just kind of unlucky. I was wondering how'd they hit that. I thought that was just a crazy shot. It's unfortunate. Maybe I could mirror Widow. I don't really want to. W slow down. W. Widow's gonna be back soon. I'd like that top right area, but I didn't think their cast would still be there. Who would I put where? Okay. Am I doing it off like peak enjoyment or just like general enjoyment? Like my peak enjoyment. Because there are some heroes that are kind of like Tracer, and it's just like lows, lows, and highest, highs. Yeah, and just in general. Okay. Don't grapple, please. Okay, I'm thinking Wrecking Ball is up there for me. I really like Wrecking Ball, though similar to Tracer. Wrecking Ball, I think they're referred to as Big Tracer for a very good reason of just similar. When you get to play the game on ball, it's amazing. When you don't get to play the game on ball, it sucks. But the good thing about Wrecking Ball is that if you're good enough, you can always play the game. Because you have options to outplay literally everything. Yeah, peaks and lows at the same time. Yeah, I think in general. Okay. I'm doing it by general enjoyment. Ball is up there, Lucio is up there, Lucio, I fucking love Lucio. Cass is up there for me. My normal wake up alarm. I was wondering what was going on. This game is rather hard. I wasn't able to hit a lot of the shots that I really needed to though. My macro positioning could have been better, but it's just so difficult with the timings that Widow allows for. Does my ram get touched? I'm gonna wish upon a star and hope that they do. Oh, that really sucks. I was taking this space so I can deal with the Widow later. She shoots on towards main. No, she's still staring at me. No! I missed. No, my goal, my Q goal, I failed it and I lost the duel and I lose the fight because of it. This is why I need to improve at it.
I must capture this territory.
Yeah, no, I completely get it. No, I get it. I really, really get it. It's very comforting to see someone have the same or similar issues. That's why it's really hard if I have like bad ranked lessons, or I like kind of go on like if I end like negative in like a ranked lesson series, I like feel encouraged like or discouraged from like uploading it, because I'm like, oh, well, how actually educational is it? But there's so many comments on like, I'm glad to see like it is still hard for like even like champ players and whatnot. It's like, yeah, especially on heroes that I have like less like current. What the fuck? Bro just ignored my Ramatra. I hate Suzu so much. I hate Suzu making you intangible so much. Bro. But yeah, I keep trying to like, anytime I record a ranked lessons, I want to make sure that I actually upload it, just because so it stays like the authentic like process that I go through to climb. And I was able to do so. I had like earlier in the series, I had like bad games in like Diamond or even Plat. I think there was like a time or two that I went negative. But I mean, now the account is like very firmly and consistently in GM through the same process. I said then in the series, like the series, it's a showcase the process that I take to get up to champ consistently, and I do. It's exactly kind of what goes through my head. And I try to sprinkle in more educational like ideas along the way, or if I have to elaborate on some of the things that I want to do, I just babble. Oh. No! We're all cooked. We don't touch. If I can live here, dodge. No, I just need to get behind the car. W touch. My ram is dead. It's all up to our soldier. That's okay. Line with the Shinobu PFP from when I go. Oh yeah. I feel kind of bad that I, like, again, ADHD kind of was kicking my ass for a while, but I stopped replying to a lot of comments on YouTube. I think I might actually go through and see what's there after we do the enjoyment tier list. Yeah, I need to make sure that I try to keep videos like authentic as possible, since that's one of the things that I really, really value, and I want to emulate my content. What I believe in sort of like creating things, I think that if you're gonna like create something, you gotta do it. You gotta put what you are into it. And I think that it's really easy to sort of be afraid to kind of like stray away from authenticity, or do what you think is the right answer, or like the correct thing, rather than what you want to make. So I always try to tell myself of like, I need to make sure that I like be authentic with my content. Though it's difficult to maintain sometimes, especially when I'm doing like a ton of like editing work or whatnot on it. There was, on the recent Face It video, there was some corny ass line that came to me because I just love Deltarune so much. It's like, what'd I say? But I knew one thing they didn't, and that's the fact that nothing is stronger than a Reinhardt's dream. And I had the fucking stupidest corny ass smile on my face, since I knew it is corny. But it just made me smile so much that I had to go with it. So I was there definitely were some like sort of like, I don't know if I'd call them anxieties in the mind, but reservations, I suppose, because I knew that not everyone would fuck with it. No, not many would probably get the reference either. Maybe with the demographic that I kind of pull in, maybe a good few would get the reference. So it did make me quite happy when my team watched it. After our match, like none of them have played Deltarune, but they're like, wait, no, that's tough. Nah, that's tough, bro. You're fully caught up? Nice, actually. I gave them punch for fun. I will now suffer the consequences of this. Oh. I will later suffer the consequences of this unless I can bait it onto me in a really cool way. Nervous. Slow down.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Never played Deltarune or Undertale? It's a really fun game. Yeah, Undertale, like genuinely, like amazing story. I love the message. It's funny. It's so. It's just a good ass game. It's a good ass game. If you can tolerate my jokes, probably would enjoy Undertale. Oh, they put it in the middle. Winston, a TP friend who struggles into counters, especially multiple at once. I usually say there's something you can do to win, but maybe that's not true on Winston. What do you think? The Winston is one of the heroes that almost always there is a way to win, though currently at this exact moment, at least in the like theory of the game, I struggle to find a path to win on Winston against Cat Bastion specifically. Cat Bastion specifically makes it rather fundamentally difficult to play Winston. Oh, W slowdown, W slowdown. Okay, that's improvement. When I flick to the cast and I was actually able to track their movements. That is awesome sauce.
Watch here.
Back up so I don't take our ram healing. Nice. It's a cat lurking. There you are. Top 5 Undertale Deltarune songs? Yes. What they are, I'm not sure. But as soon as I start looking at them, I'll be able to come up with some. My fault. Low-key, what if it's viable for me to fight the widow here? Is that kill? No. My aim is getting better. Oh, the slowdown is working. It's working little by little, little by little. We're improving. But yeah, for Winston, Winston has options to beat most of the quote-unquote counters for him in the game. Though it can be difficult. The execution of it can be really, really difficult, and you need to kind of like get into the nuance of the hero a lot for some matchups. But there usually are options. Winner. Never faced Cat Bastions, Hog, Reaper, etc. Yes. So the best advice I can give, if you are like to play into counters as Winston, usually almost all counters or quote-unquote counters to Winston are like when people can just kind of beat you in a number trade. So if you identify where something is that you don't like, where your counter is, where a Reaper is, where a Roadhog is, where a Malga is, look at it and then go somewhere else. Because the way that Winston has a lot of outplay to its counters is mobility. If you try to fight the counter head on, it's very difficult to win. So the value that Winston has is by just leaving them in the dust, going to pressure a different angle or taking space on the map that is open and unoccupied so that you can just be pressuring. You can use your right click to slowly poke out the backline or force resources by shooting the enemy backline. And if they turn around to like all run at you or walk at you and try to like chase you across the map, then just jump away again. It's hard to find those spots where you can't get run down. But if you generally are looking at where one of your counters is or where a hero that you don't want to fight is on the map and then go somewhere else, the counter or the matchups become a lot easier. Counters at most of their teams, say Hog, Reaper, Bastion, whatever. Yeah, similar thing where you want to pick the fight that's like best for you. So whatever advantage fight that you can take, usually if you see that your Tracer's on an angle but you know like the Reaper is over there as well, then it still might be like good to jump into the Reaper if their Roadhog is like on main. And so you can take that fight and you have the chance of like getting the help from the Tracer, as well as Reaper just has a much smaller HP pool than a Roadhog. So if you're able to hit like a good landing onto the Reaper or something, then you can potentially force them out and win that number trade through your big burst damage, which is much less effective against a hero with a lot of HP. So, but general rule of thumb, if it's most of their team comp, it does get difficult. It does get very difficult, but there usually are always options for Winston. I love sticking Winston, like the entire team. A good Winston is one of the easiest to quote unquote like counter swap in the game. They have the most known about counters in the game. But Winston's sort of like micro and execution, the depth of the hero is so vast that there's a lot of ways to sort of outplay it. Even in like high champ lobbies, there will be entire like, if I'm having a good game on Winston, entire like teams will counter swap to try to like stop the Winston. But honestly, that can just make it easier sometimes. If you're still playing in a way that makes it so that none of the counters can ever take a good fight against you, if you just go to places that they don't like being and they can't chase you there, then you're still going to find so much value on Winston. Spilo did a video on this exact topic. Yeah, a lot of people who like really like study the game will come to similar conclusions. Yeah, no problem, Isaac. Let me catch up with chat a little bit more. Undertale Deltarune songs, I love. Yeah, go ahead, send links in chat. I do not mind whatsoever. Let me think about it.
Select a map.
Okay, versus Susie, I don't know if it's a top 5 though. Megalovania, I mean it's just Megalovania. Okay, I do really like Cutie Mew Mew Magic. I think Cutie Mew Mew Magic is awesome sauce. That might be a top 5er. Okay, hold on. All Undertale and Deltarune songs. How far does this go? Okay, this does go up to chapter 5. Okay. Once Upon a Time, Fall Down, Best Friend. I do think that Hopes and Dreams is one of the best, like... I think it's just such an amazing, like, inspirational, like, piece of music. I think it's awesome. Okay, but I'll think on this. I'll think on this more, and I'll make my top 5. Megalovania's up there. Probably Cutie Mew Mew Magic's up there. But now I'm gonna think about Overwatch. World Revolving. I do really like World Revolving. Mettaton song. Death by Glamour is a banger. Oh! Number one song in Undertale Deltarune. I really love Battle Against a True Hero. I love Battle Against a True Hero, bro. I think it's so sick. Bastion's... Okay, Bastion Overwatch 1 was like one of my most enjoyable heroes. I love it whenever I'm listening to music and like things happen in game to the beat of the song. Anytime when I was editing like the face of video, and it will always be this way, where if I see like the song like almost match up to like something happening in game, I'll spend like a minute or two like seeing if I can get it to like really sync up, because I think it's just so cool. Like when the drop happened, like as like I hit the speed boost of the door, I thought that was cool. I'm seeing a good bit more Sierras in ranked. Oh, this point is very hard for me. Also, I really like Jevil as a character. I think Jevil as a character is just really cool. Okay, I'm taking advantage tools and I'm slowing down my shots. Cast lessons? Oh, I should probably change stream title. This is me currently working out some of the issues that I have as a player and really focusing on cleaning up some of my consistent bad habits. Where I'm focusing on slowing down my like how fast I'm shooting so that I'm actually lining up each of my shots rather than just kind of like clicking as fast as like the gun can shoot, as well as I'm making sure that I'm actually taking like decent advantage like duels where I'm not like wide peeking 5 every fight. That's just that point's just gonna be really hard into their comp. They were all able to just kind of like poke outside of our effective range, and we don't have many angles to get onto them or brawl close. Oh, I'll watch it in just seconds. I'll watch it in just a second, Sarah Lee. stack on my Domino and limit their Czar, maybe. Ah, sure. Ah, this is why I need to work on it. This is why I need to work on it. I rush my shots and I lost. Yeah, a tier list for Undertale Delta Root songs would be really, really fun. I'm wondering, I want to find, after I finish the enjoyment tier list, I think it'd be really fun to damn, that hurts. Nice. I'm surprised that we clutched that up. PNG Tuber, I will be shifting as I get some more art done in the future. I'll be sort of shifting this base. This is a character from Madoka Magica. This is Nagisa from Madoka Magica. But I will be shifting it like a little bit more into a personalized direction over the course of time. I think first thing that I'll want to do is add like a little red streak to the hair. The chapter 5 is working on yours right now. I'll do mine soon. I'll do mine soon.
They still haven't seen my ace. Thank you kindly.
I don't know how. I think that these points are gonna be like the. I worry about the other open ones. I hear on right. It's so difficult to get into effective space at all. How much can I do with this? I don't think too much. Maybe I can find an exit. I think my aim is overall trend line going up though. Made any more crits because I'm slowing down my shots. It's important. My soldier's on that angle. Sorry, he wants to walk at me. I need space for my Domino. Damn. Oh, if I got my perk maybe a little bit sooner. Nice. Okay, 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 okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, chill out, Dom. Chill out, Dom. This perk was really cool. I think that's kind of what Domino needed for the most part. Be interested to see how it would look if the shield numbers were lowered, but it was base kit. It was last fight. Yeah, I'm dead as well. Maybe I could have noon to save my team from Graph. Maybe. Maybe. That's okay. That's a hard game to win. Okay. Let me put this back on. Now. Alright. I'm focusing. I'm locked in on this tier list. I think Diva can be really enjoyable, but I like feel bad about it. I like Diva. I enjoy playing Diva, but there are just other tanks that I just enjoy playing much, much, much more. I'll probably add a row above Cassidy soon. I think Genji is around Cassidy level enjoyment for me, though. Hanzo's like a B tier, and Junkrat's around like a D tier for me. I don't enjoy Junkrat too much. When I like get into Junkrat, I think they're really, really fun. But I think that for the most part, like the gun just isn't like super satisfying to me to master. And well, I think maybe it's the trap or the playstyle to find like a lot of success with. I would want to be like playing for the flashy, like sort of shoot, like launch people up into the air and then like shoot them down with the slow ass grenade. I think that's a lot of fun, but whoa. Lucio, I really enjoy Mei, though I think they've fallen down a little bit for me. Mercy's kind of like Bastion. They like the C tier is like the occasional craving, where I'll really want to play Bastion. I'll really want to play Mercy at some point, but not. It's not like always. It's not like insanely super duper common. Pharah's interesting. I think they're around B tier. I like Pharah. Reaper with the pirate skin. I have a pirate skin for Reaper on this account, and the only way that I like consistently can enjoy Reaper is just LARPing. Yarg! There be treasure in the back line.
My throne is where I say it is.
Because for the most part, like if I want to play Reaper, I'd usually just like want to
So, here's the plan.
I just want to play like Tracer or something, or Genji. Or Cassidy. Like Reaper has their own kind of fun. And I enjoy it, but it's not like... It's not... It has like an opportunity cost, because Tracer's in the role. Or Cassidy's in the role. I really enjoy Cassidy. I just like running around and shooting my gun. It's so simple. It was just Cass's gun feels... It just feels good to shoot. With Junker Queen, I just want to make sure that I'm lining up my knives properly, I think. My base shots are getting a little bit better, or like my M1s. That's mainly through like my Cassidy hours. Widowmaker. So I want to make sure that I'm actually lining up my knives properly. Tracer enjoyment is so dependent on the backline for me. Yeah, true. This Juno is pure bliss, but Kiryu wants to make me explode. Yeah. Tracer when you get one shot versus Tracer when you don't get one shot. One stack lines that can one shot you versus back lines that can't. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Ono. I hope you had a good stream. I'm no longer on some ranked lessons. We did some ranked lessons on Ashe and Vendetta earlier. But now I am queuing some ranked. On tank, I'm queuing around GM2. On DPS, I'm queuing around Champ 3. I'm focusing on cleaning up my positioning as a player as well as my aim. I'm trying to slow down my shots primarily. So I'm just working on like some of my big habits or some bad habits I have as a player. Oh, I don't have my perk yet. Oh, they got nano though. Oh, if I hit the knife again. close, close, close. High sustain comms can one-shot you are so evil to play it too true. Because you have to go for so many different hits over and over and over, and then like anytime you mess up slightly, you're just gone. Kiri headshot, Mizuki chain, Ana sleep dart, Baptiste as a hero. I love playing Bap into Tracers though. Because the Bap with hands, damn they hurt. I missed. I want to drag them in. I just need to find an angle to get the knife on them. That's one of the times I'm okay with not just rushing myself a little bit since I was peeking 5 and I didn't have much. Fine, I could just ult, I suppose. I'm the worst. What the hell just happened to me? Oh, I'm sorry. My peanuts woke up the Zarya. Sorry, I made now though. Dead as hell. Hate this map. I hate being in Gold Plat range where everyone votes for Blizzard World. Do people vote for Blizzard World in Gold Plat? That's so strange. Why? I know a lot of like Gold Plat like hate Suravasa. Suravasa, it's a damn good map. I think Sura is probably like one of my favorites in the game. But it's been a little oversaturated recently. A great stream. Great stream. Thank you. Hope you had a good stream. Awesome. That's so strange. Yeah, last point sucks. Last point of any like hybrid or escort always sucks. I just need to be finding ways to sidestep onto their backline, but I just can't because they have so much range. I can slow down if they're greedy or not. And they just blow me up like that. Nice. W Nana Barrage. See, leaves all your rotation, but everyone would rather vote Paraiso? Why? Is it because it's like streamlined more? It's like less complex? I suppose there's like less flanks and angles. Oh my god, everyone's dead. Oh, close. Slow down on my knives. I have more time than I think. I don't know how big of a fan I am of the map voting system. Because there are some maps I just like can't get practice on anymore. Like, I haven't... Lower ranked players usually just really like payload. That's so strange. I wonder why. I don't like payload that much. Well, I like payload if I'm trying to like super win. If I'm mega try harding, no funny business, everything in my power to win. I like escort a lot because I can play wrecking ball well. And wrecking ball is very good on escort. But like, otherwise, it's not that enjoyable to me. Good morning, Avilia. Last time you played New Junk City was like 2 weeks ago. There are some maps I probably can't even remember the names of. It's been so long. Can I just hold ult on point? They're gonna have a Larian ult. Do I gas that much? Noon? They have noon. Oh, Larian. They're when the ball player only plays ball to touch. Ball is really hard. Also, hi Gobert. Gaboher. Gaboher. Bro, I'm sorry. I feel like I'll never get a name right, but it's everybody. I feel like everybody will have to deal with my mispronunciations. Especially since like my monitor that I have chat on is like far away, and I feel like my eyesight's getting worse. It's getting harder to read. But also I can't really pull it closer that easily because otherwise it would be on my mouse pad.
My throne is where I say it
Really
is.
miss Clash. I miss Clash, I think, for the wrong reasons. I miss Clash because usually in Clash, like, it was only the last fight that mattered. Or the last, like, 2 fights that mattered. Because you would like, stomp. If it wasn't, like, a steamroll game. So you would stomp, and then you'd get stomped, and then you go back and forth. And then whoever had, like, whoever, like, kept their ults for the last point at the end would just win. So I liked Clash because if I was ever like queuing in like a Discord VC or something, it would just give me like a bunch of time to just talk. Like that push map or that push game that I was having on Tracer a while ago, like probably about, I don't know, 40 minutes ago. I was just running my mouth because even though we were winning, like only the last 2 minutes in push like super duper mega matter to like lock it for. Because it's similar. It's not like as much as like Clash was sort of like heavy-handed towards the end, or like the last little bit of push isn't like as important. It's slightly more balanced for the rest of the game. But Clash was like literally only the last fight that mattered. It was really fun to see like some amazing players in the game though, just like pro level players like getting into my lobbies or like constantly like complaining about Clash and bro, I can't ever win on Clash, I can't win on Clash, and they would be dropping like nukes, they would be dropping like a ton of kills, but they would lose last fight, so it didn't matter at all. And the people who were able to like pick up on that really quickly would just like always win Clash ranked, and the ones who weren't able to were just like were wondering why they would like drop or have like the best stat lines ever and then never be able to win. You don't think Evie even knows how to say mine? I know how to say yours, AS Stridia. Ah, so close. Farmers here pulling attention. So I push it to cart. win this. If I hit that knife, I could. I'll die on. I love Queen Micro is really cool. I think Queen is a really good example of Meso sometimes, where if you're charging up like your axe, if you like look like you're trying to hit someone or one person with your axe, and then you like quickly like sort of like turn to hit someone else in your range, I think that's really cool outplay for heroes like Kiriko or something who want to be trying to Suzu the axe if you're looking to be hitting them with it. Bad. Messed up my habit again. I mean, I just need to. This is the sort of like habit that's just like fixed through raw reps because it needs to just be ingrained into like muscle memory to just like slow down, line up your shots, don't be stressed. Well, not don't be stressed, but like your default when you're stressed should just fall back to lining up your shots. For me, or my default should just be lining up my shots, still taking it slow and steady. But right now I rush myself way too much. Yeah, bubble doesn't cleanse it. It cleanses the bleed effect, but the bubbles or the knife still stays inside of Zarya. Gulp. Oh, I should have looked at the Ana. I thought that the bubble would have been on the Ana instead of the cast. I think that I just need to force a bubble and win the game. Oh, Widowmaker. Flashbang, flashbang. Flashbang, sleep grab, Widowmaker. Oop. Wow, that is hell to take space into. I might honestly go through right. Wait, Loki? If my Pharah lives, we win. Nice. W. Oh, we need to start getting active with the Valkyrie. And there would have. Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm back soon. I should be able to farm another ult this time as well. They're gonna have beat for it, but Lucio can't beat me. Wow. Kind of insane, Liv. W. No, I died there? I lived through the hellfire of everything their team had to offer, but the one like across the map beat step was what took me down. Grab soon? They grab. I don't know if they farmed it yet. I think explosive stuff, bro. I think I need a Miracle Knife to win. Well, how to hit Miracle Knives? Slow, steady, line them up. No. And I didn't line up my knife on the Zarya and I lose, but I actually would have won if I did. Unlucky. This issue mechanically when learning an instrument you were taught do it slow and do it right at first, but the principle falls the question Overwatch. Executing that in practice is so much harder. Yeah, it's really, really, really difficult. That's like the core of aim training. Aim training like forces you to basically slow down to get better scores. Applying it in game through stressful environments is very, very, very difficult. Aim training usually works for a lot of different people because it focuses solely on that specific skill of doing it properly. You are able to isolate everything but that one kind of aspect of your game and get it really, really, really good first. And there's a lot of depth to it. My overall enjoyment of Reinhardt is probably up there as well. Roadhog's like chill-ish. Soldier's really fun when you kind of get into like a groove with them. Symmetra I really enjoy. Torbjorn, I never have a craving for Torbjorn. Widowmaker, I love Widowmaker. Winston, I love Winston. Zarya's really fun. Zenyatta's really fun. Ana's really fun. Yeah, these are all in the same tier. Sombra, again, I just don't get a craving for Sombra. Orisa can be really fun though. Recently, I don't know, they've just felt kind of miserable for me. Oh, Vaxxer 1v1 frame training? Yeah, definitely super duper fine as well. Anything that allows you to sort of isolate on the skill that you're looking to develop, I think is really beneficial in the long run. Vaxxers and 1v1s can be really, really, really good and strong, though it can also cause some issues to only do like 1v1s in particular, because you're still playing like a game. You're still playing a game kind of like on its own. And there are times where some habits from like 1v1 arena or trying to just constantly like 1v1 people are going to bleed into like your actual like gameplay, where there will be times where you'll develop the gene or like the sort of like focal muscle to like lock into this 1v1, lock in super duper hard to this specific fight that I'm taking. And then I've seen a lot of people who practice mechanics and aim through that, get really good mechanics and really good aim, but struggle to absorb the rest of the game around them. Practicing using aim training is really good because it breaks it down into the fundamental aspect of aim training, though you'll still even see some people who hyperfixate too much on their aim in their gameplay so that they're not able to find like the best mechanics, or not the best mechanics, the best positions, because they want their mechanics to be really, really, really good. But the more you're able to boil it down to the core element that you're trying to improve on, the better I personally believe it can be, or the faster improvement can be. And simplification to make familiarization is really, really helpful for improvement in the brain. Far's trying to catch me. I'm just gonna clear this high ground. Is this probably gonna kill me? dislikes Life Weaver. Nice. I think we just chill here. Not quite able to find the kill inside Ash, but that's okay. Get the Mercy. Nice. Happy with that discipline. I don't know how much I was actually able to focus on my mechanical goals there, but for the most part, I think I took really, really good advantage tools. Nervous about getting punched off. Taking second. Left side, Ash, Farah, Doomfist. Under, into, yes. Probably this one go under. The castle. Left side. I think if I'm able to get a rotate through left side when nobody's looking, that could be really good, but I don't think anyone on my team is able to sort of peel that attention that I want. So I think I just kind of have to be through main. What if I force it? I force this rotate really quickly. Oh. That went well. Nice. Will we clear this and back to point? Nice. The main issue, or the main question, I think the reason why people struggle with icon walls really a lot is because they overcomplicate the map of like, just ask yourself, anytime that you're trying to break down a map or formulate like a strategy or fight plan, it can be answered usually through the question of how do I capture the objective? And so by default it says, like you say, go to the objective. And if you can't do that for some reason, then the next question becomes why. And then if you focus on how you can maybe solve that why, you can start to formulate like a plan on what's actually stopping you from getting to the objective. So then it'll go to like, okay, high ground's an issue. They're just shooters from high ground. We can't touch the cart. If they're on the high ground, we can't capture the objective. So then how do you get them off the high ground? There are a lot of different ways that you can go about that. It depends on your different like hero comps, tools and whatnot, but a lot of the time it's just going to be pressure, that like shoot them really hard, rotate to the high ground, fight them. And then after you fight them, oh, I was trying to kill Rose, I didn't. I'm killing the farmer, see. I think that people's main struggle points with this map usually come from just not being able to formulate a plan of how they can rotate, how they can clear the high ground. But breaking it down into simple and easy steps, I think showcases, from at least my experience coaching, it helps players kind of see really more paths than they would have originally. Oh, cat went down, yeah. Mercy is the back line, I can walk to the point. It also opens up on complicated or high ground based maps like this. It opens up opportunities for you to see things like, okay, well if they're all fighting over like on our main area, or if they're fighting in our spawn, then that means like, hey, I can probably just capture the objective. They're not on the high ground, they're not shooting us down on the objective, and I can get there, so let me go capture the objective. I think if my team is taking that top left area, I can just chill in this bottom right and just wait for the enemy team to go deal with them. And then I'll go capture the objective. Now they have barrage too. No. I think I was trying to find a lead. What's that? I don't think I need to be frontline right now. My poor cat. I could wait out punch and then I'll clean ult in and then they barrage me. Am I okay with that? Yeah, what if I just like full, like, what if I roll through with my clean ult? That could be fun. I need to see punch out first, I think. Good punch. I don't think I'll need to clean out here. Yeah, they want to barrage me though, really bad. Got one. No. Nice, Sylvok. Oh, we see that. If I was able to find the kill until the life we were chilling. When aim training, they use the movement aspects of aiming. That's true. Very, very true. Do lose the movement aspect of aiming, though I do think that increasing your raw aim is a very useful skill to hopefully allow for movement to be developed with much more ease later. For example, like if you focus on movement aiming, it is going to be a source of value, and that is one of the ways that you can do so. If raw aiming development is just like, it's not fitting your brain, it's not working well, then focusing completely on movement aim, I think is very, very, very okay. It's a very good source of value, though if you become too dependent on just raw movement aiming, you can run into some troubles later. One of the things, I have VOD'd one of my teammates, Navilia, very frequently, and we're focusing currently a lot on our rotation, or her rotations, and talking about how she can sort of go about developing her rotations. But the next thing that I think that she's probably gonna want to be focusing on is like her movement, since she lines up like all her nades, all her sleeps, and everything with her movement. She'll use her jump really frequently. I challenge her, if she ever got bored in her ranked games, like unbind your jump and see how hard games get. And it's a issue because they like against good tracer players or metas of the sorts where your backline is just going to be naturally pretty squishy or naturally pretty vulnerable, your movement is going to be kind of everything. So in those sort of metas, they would be pretty prone to getting like one clip by good tracer players. Because a good tracer player can like exploit a flex support who jumps really, really, really well. I hate Life Weaver. I just dislike playing against main support. It feels really ungratifying in the game to try to earn something and come really, really close, and then it just kind of gets like taken away. And I dislike my mistakes being kind of like completely erased. I think strategies around pull are really interesting and cool, but an ability like pull, I think I don't like it on my team. I don't like it on the enemy team. It's one of the negative things that I feel about Overwatch. To like outplay someone, earn like an outplay, and then it's like a similar reason why people really dislike Suzu. You'll do so much and then Kiriko hits E. It's just kind of over. Or like all of your effort is erased. Ow. Oh, we do not want to be here against the Doom. Or pedal. Pedal will be committed in one location, and then you run down the Life Weaver, and then they're just able to ascend. Oh, it makes me a little sad.
Enemy here.
Your rotations are perfect. I'll need to take a look.
Got one here.
Oh, so close. I just walked to the point. Sorry, can't stop me. Oh, how did I miss that? Or maybe I got too excited. Well, that's what I'm working on. No, the boob, the cog. I'm wondering, did they try to hit me with that, or they were looking for the damage on it? I think they were trying to hit me with it. I don't think they were actually trying to push me into the corner. So this should be only downgrade effects. I'd like that. That would be cool. Anti-heal reduce healing like 50%. That'd be sick. Yeah. Yeah, being kind of all or nothing. I think it was good in Overwatch 1, but I think nowadays with individual skill being rewarded so much, having that taken away is, for the most part, it kind of hurts sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, that was high-key a fat finger. I don't shout for you, I'm sorry, Kiriko. Let him go. Yo, what up? Bro, there's this since I have dark mode on, like any dark blue name that happens to pop up in Twitch, I have to like click on to see what I'm streaming. See? I can't even see the R. Well, they all want me going from here, huh? Oh, I am not a fan of this. Why no space on that? Probably scary from the cat's perspective. Yeah, true. It was a good fat finger. Maybe it wasn't a fat finger. Maybe my instincts took over. I don't understand why we weren't able to hold on top of the high ground. SW. Hi. The reason there isn't more stagger and higher low, there's so many opportunities to. Not many people in DC, not many people think of it, people want kills. It's just kind of hard to get everybody on the same page in ranked about like staggering and whatnot. Because a lot of people will just like have the instinct develop of just see a kill, get a kill. Which tends to be more valuable than like maximizing every stagger you can have.
Way to treat your queen. Where is everyone? I need someone to shout at.
Jesus. They just shoot me, man. W Tracer swap. I'm coming back with my queen. Oh, we can win, maybe. It's hard. Yeah, it's just hard to coordinate. All good. My goals that game were... they're okay. I did an okay job. I'm slightly tired. Stalwin. Trading knife for life grip. You get 2 free knives before they can grip again. True. It just feels really yucky. And most of the time to like get like
Aim for the moon.
to force like something like a pull or a life weaver pull, it usually comes at the cost of like multiple CDs. Doomfist is pretty fun. It's not like crazy super duper amounts of fun, but I enjoy Doomfist. They're around A tier for me as well. Moira, I just don't get a craving to play Moira. Actually, I guess I do. It's just really rare. They'd be at like the top of D tier. I think Brick would be at like top of B. Ball. Is that whoa? I don't like Ashe. I'll get a craving occasionally to play Ashe, but like I really like shooting. I really like just aiming and shooting my gun. Hit scan is a bunch of fun. I hate ammo management. I hate ammo management so much. I just don't find it fun. I don't find it an enjoyable thing to think about. And when I'm trying to shoot my gun, and I constantly have to think about like trying to min-max like how much I can put a bullet in here. I can reload a little bit. I can get a few more shots in. Woohoo! It's not for me. I think everything else about Ashe's kit is really fun. I think Coach Gun is fun. I think Bob is awesome. How it feels to alternate between her left and right clicks or like scoped and unscoped shots is sick. But it's just the ammo management that kills the hero for me. Echo's really fun. Echo's one of the heroes I want to get like really good at. Soj actually shot up on my list recently. Dislike Ramatra. I have a craving for them sometimes, but very rarely. It's around B tier. I have fun once I actually get into Malga, but
My throne is where I say.
my favorite drink? My favorite drink? It's been changing a lot recently. It used to be for a very long time. It was just Dr. Pepper. I love Dr. Pepper, and I still do. I still enjoy it, but I've been really just enjoying like a good lemonade. Like a good lemonade it just hits. It just makes me happy, bro. Or some sweet tea. Combine the two, Arnold Palmer? God damn. Been falling a little bit out of sodas recently. Why would that guy? Nice. I was so surprised that their cat, like, instead of like trying to fly out when they got low, they just like slammed their face into the floor. I don't think I can expect that at Trillion Yeah, strawberry lemonade. Oh my gosh. Lemonade is awesome. Strawberry lemonade is awesome.
They're taking up
Tracer on point, cat on point. Oh wait, that's celerity.
something to kill here. Enemy here. Pick up your feet.
Oh, I do not want to get hooked there. Throw it! Or let me out, that's okay. This guy is so disciplined with their hooks. Oh, I didn't get my perk yet. This guy only hooks when they know that they can hit it. That's how I need to be, bro. Force Suzu, we win. Do I need it? Yes, I do. Why are you so far back? That might touch, honestly. I think Bastion Queen is actually pretty damn strong. If you hit a knife, you just pull somebody into a really committed position to take a really insane numbers trade. Oh, is that why Queen Mago was just so good in 66? That makes sense. The knife as a utility in 66 would be kind of insane. Is my favorite tank Junker Queen? No, my favorite tank is probably Reinhardt. Reinhardt, Winston, and Wrecking Ball are my big three, but Queen is like very, very close behind. Very close behind. I really do enjoy Junker Queen. Right now, the issues I'm working on some issues I have as a player, which are I rush my shots a little bit too much, and I don't take advantage fights enough, or I don't like put myself in like good 1v1 situations. My positioning sort of leads it so that multiple people are able to shoot me at once rather than only the person who I want to be fighting. So I'm focusing on, or I'm playing Junker Queen because it allows me to clean up both of those aspects very clearly. If I am rushing my shots too much on Junker Queen, then I'm going to be missing most of my knives, I'm going to be missing most of my shots, as well as with my limited HP pool. With my limited HP pool, it's important for me to make sure that I am playing in smart positions.
Time for the big finish.
Is this wise to walk into a small room with a Roadhog whole hogging? No, but it worked. Oh, I do really, really like Junker Queen. Sneakers a tool motif in chapter 5, of course. I'm so glad that they finally put my favorite Deltarune Undertale character in. We theorized about them for years. Sneakers O'Tools. Oh, okay. Oh, what the hell? I thought it was only the Kiri and their cat shooting at me. Oh, no, their cat's found some shots too. Think you've done it? I'm curious. I'm curious to see. I really didn't think that cat... I thought that was so... I didn't know why that cat was dragging me into what seemed like nowhere to me. But apparently they knew something about the cast player that I didn't. Bro, bike is so violent. I think 5 ults got tame. I will hold on to mine then. Every time that I see like a bunch of ults in the field, I know a lot of people in ranked like to like pop their ults first, and if I'm realizing that like my team's issue is like never like hitting Q or something, I'll start like a fight with my ult, but I love to see if I can read it. Bro, whole hog and rush is the scariest combo like ever. It's just so much damage, just so much on the screen at once. Oh, is it find me anytime? I will be ready to drop under to the point. Especially since they don't rush. If I start flanking. I'm okay with this. Not. It's really interesting playing here that forces you to focus on things struggling as a player. Yes, I do this very, very frequently. Anytime I recognize that there's an issue that I'm having like across heroes, I play the heroes that value like comes from those issues, because then I actually have like a very clear measure of feedback. Because if I'm slowing down my shots and I'm fighting good fights as Junker Queen, I'm gonna win. Like that is Junker Queen's value. Where it's a very mechanical tank. It's not like Malga or something that you can just kind of like stomp around or has like a bunch of different value sources. It's kind of like only mechanics that Queen can really be playing for, and like making sure that you find the damage that you really need to, because it's harder to execute than most other tanks. But this is something that I've done pretty consistently through my time competing, and I've found a lot of success with it. But also, I think that Junker Queen might be a hero that I will be trying to play a little bit more in tournament, especially for final heroes coming up. I just worry about Cat Bastion since it doesn't have many options against Cat Bastion, but for the most part I think Queen is actually in a pretty decent spot right now, only if you can execute well though. If you're hitting like your knives consistently, then I think Queen is in a very, very strong position. She's just been getting like power crept like crazy. Like they made her do more bleed, and then they increased like the bleed modifier on her healing. And now the recent change where they reduced her shout cooldown by 2 seconds is massive. That is a huge, huge, huge change. It's just that the execution of the hero has been too difficult, I think, compared to like Malga, that they've seen a lot of time in the pro play. They just kind of need to hit everything, while Malga just needs to hit E and get both hearts pumping. Oh, let's drop the beat. That was really early. Roadhog on their way. Oh, the Roadhog gave up. Nice. Queen in Stadium is so much fun. Struggle with getting antsy and forcing bad plays at bad times or from bad angles. Getting antsy and forcing bad plays at bad times. Or from bad angles. It's probably... Here that jumps to mind is Genji or Deta. I think Genji or Deta would be really good to work on that. Or Reinhardt even. Yeah, I think like Reinhardt, Vendetta, Genji. I think ideally Deta or Reinhardt, because they're forced to be patient. They don't have like crazy winning exchanges like all over the map at any given moment. So they have to be patient with the ones that they actually want to be doing or want to choose. So it forces you to be patient. Venture 2? I don't know about Venture. Because I try to avoid like the heroes that give me as many like get out of jail cooldowns as possible or get out of jail free cards as possible for whatever I'm trying to work on. Like, to work on the habit that I really need to work on, it's like Cassidy. I want to play Cassidy, but I do want to develop like the sort of like my knife skill as well. Because if I can hit knives consistently, then that would be really, really, really valuable. So that's why I'm queuing both DPS and tank. Because then I'm just able to work on both of the things through Cass and Queen. But Venture, I would not recommend for Isaac, because Venture just kind of has a lot of get out of jail free cooldowns, so you can kind of engage whenever and on kind of whoever, and then you just dig out. It's a little bit too easy. Yeah, Vendetta could be a good one to look at or take a look at, because if you're too antsy on Deta, it's really hard. I would say Ball, but Ball that's a whole different that's a whole different ball game. Ball's micro is just like insanely ridiculously hard compared to almost all the casts. Venture, I'll get the off craving for. Bro, Juno is so much fun. I love playing Juno. Alright, let me take a look, see. I can't. Okay, Heartache, Dummy, yeah, banger. Some of these... I wouldn't put an S here. Sans is a banger. Shop 3 is so good. Bro, Ball... No, like... It's crazy. Alright, well, what's in the D tier? True. Holiday Studio, I think, is overrated. Dogma, yeah. What? Thunder Snail in D tier? Hello? No, bro. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that one. I think for the most part, I'm looking through this. Checker dance in C? Dating fight in C? Enemy approaching it. Whoa. Waso temp. Oh my gosh. Snowy Sea. Whoa, why are so many good ones so low? Smart Race and Sea? Have you listened to Smart Race? It is the most slept on track of all of Undertale Deltarune. Oh, there's 2 songs playing now. Bow down, bow down, bow down, bow down. On-run is so much fun, but they just suck. Well, maybe I suck at them. I did a lot. On my on-run account, I felt like I was getting pretty good at the execution, but there were just... it was always just in my head, man, I could just do so much more on Tracer or Genji. Domino's pretty fun. They're not... You know, they're like a B tier. Not the biggest fan of Emre, but they're also like a B tier. Smart Race is good. Here's a song tier list. Bro, it's good! Smart Race is good. I mean, Tracer play around decent mechanics, so Dedo will force you to not lean on that. Yes, Chillburger. Dedo forces you to get really good timing and game sense onto what's going on the map, and not you just can't get carried with mechanics. You just have to take smart engages constantly. No song is bad, true. There are just some that are way too low. I just haven't played much Cat. I think I would really like Cat if I just played more of them. I think I'd really, really, really like Cat if I played more. Mizu's really fun. Yeah, they probably get into A tier. I don't like Sierra. I don't like playing Sierra. They're just not fun for me. It's just a projectile. Xion, oh my god, Xion's so much fun. I've been streaming for 6 hours? What the hell? I'm probably gonna... I'll play 1 or 2 more games and then I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna go to sleep for a little bit and then I'll be streaming again later, probably doing some viewer coaching and then a tournament match for my team later tonight. I believe that, yeah, we're playing like a friend. We're playing against Nikki today, which will be really fun. Nikki used to be on our team Parastrap. They were the main support sub.
Everybody holds, nobody runs.
Enemy turret ahead.
Sorry, I actually don't. Like, playing through good Zarya sucks as queen. I don't mind the matchup all that much. Whoa. Yeah, it might be bedtime soon. Have I eaten? Yes, I ate. It's kind of got to wait out bubbles a little bit. Like, playing against a Zarya with a really good bubble target, like if they have like a really strong Deta player or something, then Zarya's just able to like almost cycle them. Then that's like, that gets really rough really fast. But if it's just kind of like a ranked setting, I think Zarya versus Queen is very, very, very doable. How popular is Junker Queen across ranks? She's a really fun hero. I love playing Queen. I knew that sentiment was popular in the past, but I don't know if it still is. Got to seem very comfortable around a campfire with its friends. Amazing image. Oh, was that an emote? Wait, I might not have it enabled. I'm sorry, I'm still really new to like this whole Twitch thing and whatnot. I don't know how things work. I'm trying my best as a new content creator though to learn everything. I've had so much fun learning editing though. Oh my gosh. Yeah, editing the Face It video, I'm looking forward to doing more because it's just so much fun. I was a little bit nervous about learning editing because previously I've learned to dislike a lot of sort of like software based like creation tools. I hate Blender. If I ever upload a YouTube video with a Blender thumbnail, it was not me. It was not me. 7TV is your friend. I'll learn 7TV because I'm a big fan of when it's TV time. But I've been really enjoying, like, after I like there was like a moment that just sort of like clicked with Premiere where I'm like, oh, I see everything now. You know what, like in the Lego movie where he comes back and he starts seeing everything that he can build, and it's like, oh, I see it now. And it was really cool. It was really fun. And now I'm actually able to like create a lot of the dreams that I've held on to, or the things that I've thought for like eons before Overwatch even. It's all taken far right. Not the queen. Slow down my shots. Take good fights. Damn, I just killed them all. You can make sub badges? Yeah, I can make sub badges. I can probably do that, like, tomorrow. I will DM artist person about that. Or see what I can do. Might be cute to have just like a little Eevee. Like Pokemon Eevee, maybe. I think that'd be kind of fun. Is there like a symbol in Pokemon for effort value? Because that could be fun. That could be cute for an Eevee sub badge. I think for the most part, I'm pretty happy with how my development of slowing down my shots and my positioning on taking better fights has been going. Quite a good win streak on DPS, I think. You haven't played Open Queue? I did previously for a bit for content, but not too much anymore. I just kind of fell out of it a little bit. I enjoyed it a good bit. It's just, for me, Open Queue, like, it felt very nostalgic, extremely nostalgic, very, like my Overwatch 1 experience, but it was quite snowbally. Where it felt like sometimes it'd be the best game ever and I had so much fun, and then other games it was just so miserable. I think I just know. Nice. Eviva evolves longer you sub. True, everyone like 6 months you get to choose what your evolution looks like. Or which evolution you pick. Only 13? Am I a noob? I actually don't know what a good number is. Alright, let me finish this fun list. Oh, I did. Yeah. Lucio Ball. These are not ordered in tier. For the most part. Actually, kind of the S tier is. You 6-8 into match? Oh, good comms, good comms. Yeah, okay, this will be the last game then. And then I will go and take a little bit of a nap. Oh, I wish I could play DPS actually. I'd like one more game on DPS. Having quite a bit of fun. Ooh, Sojourn would also be pretty good for slowing down my shots, making sure that my rails hit. Sent you your list. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna probably after this game, if this game goes really well and I'm like super happy, then probably the game after this one, because I want one for DPS. I'm gonna go eat, I'm gonna go sleep for a little bit, and then I'll be streaming again later, probably with some viewer VOD reviews, and then I'll be streaming my scrims and then my tournament match. Yeah.
Is where I say it is.
I know Nugs. Yikes. Beadster. Honestly, I don't know what my win rate on Queen today has been. I'm a little surprised I'm still in GM2. Though, low-key, this account has been cursed. This account is cursed. I don't know what it is. This account cannot get tank up to champ. I can get every other account that I've had, no matter what restrictions I put on myself, it's got up to champ, even like problematically. Like for the randomizer Nuzlocke, getting up to champ in like the first like day was unexpected. But I'll still make it. I can still make a fun video about it. I can phrase it like type of redemption story type beat, because I did fall. Like, it got to champ early. How'd that not hit? Well, the knife hit, but I'm wondering how my headshot didn't hit. Are you on the full-time content grind these days? Well deserved. So, yeah, full-time Overwatch content. I want to be making as much Overwatch or like content as I can. I've been on the Overwatch grind for a bit now. But yeah, I will be on the full-time content grind for the next while. The amount of support that I've gotten on the channel is actually unreal. I really appreciate it. It's to the point where like, I'll be like, some people will DM me on Discord and I'll like offer like my advice or my take on like specific issues that they're having. And like I don't want to set up like, now I don't ever want to be like pressuring people to like get me like money or whatnot, because I'm babbling about this game one way or another. I'm really glad that it's helpful to a lot of people. I just really feel passionately about this game, but I'm making content like even if nobody's gonna watch it. I really just want to learn how to create well, and I'm super grateful that it's like the things that I've been making have been receiving a lot of support, and they've been helping people a lot. It makes me really happy that that is the case. But for the most part, like I'm making content like because I like really like want to create. I really want to. So it'll be like a while until like I'm not in this point in my life where I need to I have like insane like bills to pay. There's no like huge financial stress that I'm under or anything like that. So I've been saving up some money that's been that I've been able to get from making these videos. So I'm creating like a little buffer for myself. I'm trying to be very responsible financially. But most of it I'm just putting right back into the content, where I really want to I just don't really want things that can be bought high key. My message is dope, you can pay bills and stuff when it's clear you already do. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's super sick. It's actually like such a dream. It's super awesome. But I really want to be the best content creator that I can be, and I'm saving up so that I am able to sort of like have like a lot of leeway for when I will be under a lot more financial stress and whatnot. I'm preparing for that future, but for now, a lot of like vast majority of the money that I get is just going into like occasion, like I have a few bills I need to pay off, like health stuff, therapy, utilities type shit. But for the most part, I'm like the hardest part about like content so far has just been trying to figure out how to manage like editors and whatnot, or like get help with content. And I actually need to do that after I end stream here. Just like I need to talk with some editors about some future projects, since I have a lot of scripts written and I'm probably going to be recording them. I might do that before I go to bed. No, I should go to bed. It's tournament day. I'll do it probably tomorrow. But like talking like through like and managing like who's gonna be doing like what work and when, and what projects are kind of like in motion. That's been the hardest part, is just like figuring out how to manage it. You tell me you can't buy your way no WCS? I'm sure you can. I wouldn't want that though. I want to be good. I want to be the I just want to be like the absolute like go. You know, okay. Now Mr. Beast, there's not. I know there's a lot of controversies regarding the character or the person nowadays. I'm not fully caught up on the lore. I live under many rocks. All I know is that there is controversy. I don't really know what it is. But one thing I do get is like, at least in some interview they would say like, I don't know if it's true or not, but they would say like that they're like somewhat broke all the time, where they would just get a bunch of money from like YouTube videos and then they'd put it right back into like the next YouTube video. I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. That's your drive, that's your passion, that's what you want to do. You want to make the videos. Why, like, I don't have a desire for kind of like other things. I have a lot of goals. I am ridiculously ambitious with like the kind of things that I want to do and the projects that I want to make and whatnot. But it'll never be like, money will only be a tool for me to do those sorts of things. All I want, once I'm able to get a, like in terms of material possessions, I want a house that's big, or not a house, like a house or an apartment that, even if it's just like renting or whatnot, that is big enough to allow for my friends to like have a place to stay if they're ever going through like a rough time. I want to be able to provide a safe environment for people. I want a stick shift car, but I have a stick shift car. I want to fix my car. I fucking love my car. It's a piece of shit. This guy's got so many quirks. I just really like driving stick shift. Yeah, that's kind of it. I just want to be able to provide for my friends primarily. Also like food. When I was like, my parents like first tried to like talk to me about like the idea of money when I was like really little. The idea of money when I was really little, it was like, I said, yeah, I probably just would want to get food, and that's it, and that stays true. I like getting food. That's kind of it. I've been meaning to get like a new mouse pad, but I don't like need a new mouse pad. Mine is good, I like my mouse pad, but it is getting a little bit, it's showing its age a little bit. But, I don't know, I never understood, I am a ridiculously, insanely greedy person, but it's not for things. I'm greedy in terms of, I don't know. The life I want to create is very ambitious, but it's not a life of things, more so people and ideas. I'd love to see, like, my main, like, biggest, grandest thing ever dream. Well, now we're talking like this would be like late game. This would be like end game. This is like far decades from now. I really hope that I'm able to build the skills to have a big enough voice to actually influence the education system, at least here in the US. Because I've been studying education for as long as I can remember now. I've known that education has always been my #1 passion in life. And I think every single teacher that I've like ever talked to, everybody agrees, yeah, the education system sucks, we hate the education system, but I really hope that I'm able to build the skills to make it better one day. I have a lot of ideas on how to do so, and like how, bro, oh my god, if any of you are ever bored, look into Finland's education system. It's so hot, oh my god, I love Finland's education system. It's so good, it's so sick. In every single way, it's, oh my gosh, it's just so good. And then the reported quality of life is so high because it's education. It's kind of like the foundation of everything. But I'm very greedy, I'm very ambitious, but not in the materialistic way. But I will need money at some point, but I am learning how to trade when I have to. Well, I've learned how to trade options when I was in high school. I just need to pick it up again now that I have a little bit more understanding of how to develop skills and knowledge, which I want to see how well I can do. I found moderate success when I was trading for the first time, but I want to see how well how good I can be now, since that would make it, that would give me the security that I would really like. That skill. Only thing you ever spend money on is food. I get it. I really get it. Bro, okay, when I was like, you ever get those like YouTube shorts and it's showing like the 85 Wagyu? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just want like one try. I just want to try it once. I love me some good meat. I'm allergic to most fruits and vegetables, so I eat a lot of meat. I eat meat and carbs. So I've grown to appreciate a good steak. Oh, I'm drooling thinking about it right now. I have not put a single thought into this game. Yeah, it's bedtime. This is my complete and utter autopilot. I've not thought about my goals whatsoever of actually like slowing down, lining up my shots. Alright, but it is last point. Let me lock in for a second. Hard close, make close, blizzard, blizzard, blizzard. I was thinking about maybe ulting after the cage went down, but I think that saving it for this next fight is probably going to be better, especially with them having Blizzard. I just need to clear the wall. Did I just open with it? No, they have carry. By angle. Oh, my entire team got caught in it. Maybe I do just open with Queen ult on right side instead, because I knew they had mail, but it's not much I could really do about it, I don't think. Unless I go far right? Yeah, far right, knife on the Mei, run away from the mail, look to walk main, yeah. That was the play. Alright. Yeah, damn. I guess I did have a bit of a rough queue session. Yes, it's okay. Closer roll, I could have won. I can roll. I probably could have won. That one I could have won. Yeah, okay. I just need to play a little bit better. That's okay. TPS went pretty well though. This Tracer game was so much fun. Okay. So I'm going to be taking probably a few hour break here from streaming, but I will be streaming again pretty soon. I don't know when I will be streaming again. Later today is, but I will be announcing probably like an hour or two ish heads up. How many hours would that be? I don't remember what that was in response to. I'm sorry. I'll be probably playing around like 15 hours of Overwatch today, but that's okay. I really like this game, if you can't tell. But I'll be announcing when I will be starting stream back up in the Discord there. I'll be posting it in YouTube chat as well for my YouTube audience. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will be ending stream here, but then for my Twitch audience, I'm going to be looking for somebody to raid.